Hello, good morning and welcome from the Mercantile Cricket Association ground, Colombo. It's the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. We are here to witness the match between New Zealand versus the UAE, United Arab Emirates. It's the first day of the tournament, 45 over matches. First of all, we'll have to go to the toss. Laksisi De Silva is there for the toss.
Good morning everyone and welcome to the MCA Grounds as we're all set for the toss in a very crucial game, the opening day game of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Today the clash is between New Zealand and UAE, and for the toss joining with me are the two captains. From UAE we have Syed Rafiullah, and from New Zealand we have Adil Soumani, and Adil will spin the coin. Heads is the call from Syed. And UAE have won the toss, Syed. What is your decision?
We are going with the batting.
Just tell us a bit about the whole experience. A lot of games coming your way, 6 games coming your way in the first round itself. And what sort of a tournament you're expecting this to be?
Actually, I'm the senior most in this tournament. This is my 4th tournament actually. From the day one, I'm playing this, and it's a great tournament. I mean, we have very memorable scenes with us, and yeah, that's it. I mean, I think it's a tournament with a lot of enthusiasm with the different teams, and we are on the same thing.
So now you are going to bat first. So what sort of a total do you think would be enough here to defend?
I think this ground is a little bit smaller than other grounds, so we are looking say around 300 plus, and that should be the target to go achieve, inshallah.
All the best for the game side. Thank you. Adil, let's have a word quickly. So the toss didn't go your way. Yes. If you have won the toss, what would you have done?
I think we were going to bowl first anyway. We're still trying to understand the conditions. The wicket looks pretty good and the outfield looks very fast, and so we think it's going to play okay all throughout anyway.
So what do you think would be a good score here to chase?
Oh, look, for us, as low as possible, obviously, if we're chasing. But look, I think it's a wicket that should see over 200 runs, really. It looks like it's a fast outfield, and from what we've seen in Sri Lanka, once a batsman gets in, it's quite hard to stop.
So this is the first game. Thoughts about the whole tournament, coming into Sri Lanka to play this long tournament? You'll be here for 2 weeks, playing cricket for 2 weeks.
Yeah, look, fantastic. I think all the boys are really enjoying the experience. Love playing on subcontinent grounds for the first time, and obviously the conditions we've got to get used to. But just looking at some of the grounds we're playing at, they look great, and so I think everyone's just trying to take in the experience and really enjoying it, and looking forward to the next 2 weeks.
All the best for the game and all the best for the tournament, Adi.
Thank you so much.
So that's the news from the centre. UAE, they have won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
All right, congratulations for the captain of the UAE, Syed Rafiullah, won the toss and he decided to bat first. Good morning, Sajani Ratnayaka.
Good morning. It's a beautiful day here. It is a Sunday morning, a very relaxing day for a lot of people. So this is a good day to enjoy some cricket, sit back, relax, and let them take over the game. It is the first day of this competition, I believe, and as Asanga mentioned, it is UAE that won the toss and will be batting first. As you can see, they're lining up to bat.
It's the 4th edition of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. New Zealand bowling. A slightly attacking field set up for the batsman.
All within the 30-yard circle.
That's the opening batsman for the UAE. His jersey says AK.
Here we go, the first ball of this game.
Is it a wide or is it not? Umpire decides not.
Doesn't seem to be. A little bit of nerves maybe on both sides as the game just opens, which is very normal to see.
There's a little bit of swing. It's Simon Murphy for New Zealand who has started the bowling. Again on the offside. Easily punches through. And those are the first runs in the day for the UAE.
Batsman will obviously want to play it safe for the first few overs, kind of get into rhythm.
Again on the offside. This time umpire doesn't give him a chance. First extras of the day.
That also seems to just kind of press towards the line of a wide, but that is not awarded.
I think the bowler was lucky.
Very similar to the ball we saw previously.
Oh, somebody's walking in front of the side screen. All right, everything cleared. Simon is ready, the batsman is ready. Oh, drives handsomely, but there's a fielder at the covers.
This is turning out to be a very good first over for New Zealand. They haven't conceded any boundaries, anything beyond a 2, or I believe so. Just one wide.
Oh, good ball.
Good ball.
No swing that time.
As we mentioned, really good start for New Zealand here.
Four balls swung away from the batsman, but the last ball straight onto the bat.
A swing and a miss there. Good first over for New Zealand, conceding only... Yes, there is only 3 runs that New Zealand conceded. So once again, a very good first over for New Zealand.
Good start actually. It's a sunny day to Colombo.
Even though it may be sunny, it's a little bit cold. I don't know if that's just me, but it is it's slightly chilly. So I guess that temperature would also be helpful when it comes to the New Zealand team as well, coming from... I think they have been coming from winter. I think they are currently in winter in their side of the world.
Yeah.
So I think that does them a favor in terms of it not being the typical hot Sri Lankan sunny day.
Not for us.
The stats.
This is Damien Grant.
Dot ball to open his innings.
There's no bounce on the wicket.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the first over, we didn't see much bounce.
And that seems to be a challenge so far for the UAE players because they haven't been able to get beyond the 2 thus far. But there is quite a bit of time. Ooh, very close there, very close.
Umpire decides against a wide.
Mm-hmm.
But from the commentary box,
Yeah.
it seemed very close. This is the captain for the UAE, Saeed Rafiullah, who is at the batting end. Oh, tries to drive hard.
The 2 opening batsmen for the UAE are Amjad Khan and Saeed Rafiullah. Currently, Saeed is on strike.
Again, misses the bat and goes
Very close.
straight to the keeper.
Extremely close there. Once again, very good opening over for the current bowler. Hasn't conceded any runs so far.
That's Grant for New Zealand. Again, edges and goes past the first slip and goes for 4. That's the first boundary of the day for the UAE.
Really squeezed that through after having 2 dot balls, which seem very, very close here on iron. Good retaliation from the batsman.
Oh, big hit. Over the covers and for 4.
Seemed to almost go all the way there, but that is 2 consecutive boundaries for the captain.
It's 11 for none.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the papare.com.
UAE winning the toss and batting first. They are on 11 for no loss. Rafiullah scored a boundary in the last over. The captain.
2 boundaries for him in that last over, putting runs on the board for the UAE after quite a few dot balls. Let's see if his other batsman is able to pull off something similar. Once again, that's a replay of the final boundary of that over. Hits it away for 4.
Decides to leave Amjad Khan.
Murphy is bowling 3rd over 2. Khan so far hasn't been able to quite find his groove. Let's see if he's able to do so in this over.
He looks to be more of a defender than his captain at the other end.
Really protecting the wicket, at least for the first few overs. Maybe he just needs to make sure that, he settles in before he goes for big hits.
Again, swinging away from the batsman.
Three consecutive dot balls for Murphy. He seems to be, having a good game so far, conceding only 3 runs, one of which was a wide.
Drives, and this time he is successful. 4 runs. That's the first 4 of Amjad's bat.
And first runs off Murphy too. He seemed to kind of be, timing that really well. He let 3 balls go before that and then made sure he nailed that one. So it seems like they're playing a very, practical game so far.
Sometimes taking time is better as a batter.
Especially when you're at the opening.
Again drives, and it's in the air.
Right over the head of the fielder. Very close to being out.
1 more run to Amjad. United Arab Emirates on 15.
There you see the New Zealand fielder was just able to get his fingertips on the ball and slow it down, but unable to. It was too high for him to be able to catch.
Yeah, you needed a Jonty Rhodes or a Chris Harris to take that. Taking his guard, Rafiullah, the captain. Again, he always seems to attack the bowlers.
Final ball of that over goes for a dot as well. It is 16 for none.
Again, Grant is taking the 4th over. This is Amjad Khan.
So far it seems that the UAE isn't playing a more aggressive game. They seem to kind of be pacing themselves, making sure that they hit their shots when it seems perfectly timed, but otherwise letting the balls kind of go for dots.
One slip, and most of the fielders are still inside the 30-yard circle. Here comes Grant.
Once again opens with a dot similar to his previous over.
Amjad seems to be more of a Mavanatapattu, a defender who stays at the crease and takes runs. And Rafiullah at the other end is the aggressor. As we say it.
That is quite a good opening combination to have.
That's what's expected from an opening combination. One to go after the bowlers and to the other one to stay at the crease.
I feel like nowadays it's very common to have two very aggressive opening batsmen,
Absolutely.
which sometimes works out, sometimes does not.
Yeah. In the shorter formats,
Mm-hmm.
it actually works.
Yeah. Because you don't have the time to be, you know, kind of playing a similar game to what you see right now on screen.
Again, no bounce, but a bit of seaming, you can see. Again, drives. And there's a fielder at long off. 1 run to Rafiullah.
Once again, this is turning out to be a really good over for Grant. So far, he hasn't conceded a boundary. So maybe tweaking those little differences that he made in his first over where he let 2 boundaries fly him by.
Defense that time. No run.
No, I don't think we should use that either. Is it like, yeah, is this like just... Yeah. Thank you.
Again, Grant is on his target.
That's the best over that we have seen so far in this game, conceding not a single boundary.
18 for none.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
UAE won the toss and decided to bat first. This is the man who was responsible for that decision. Rafiullah, the captain. He's on 9 from 9 balls. Murphy is starting to run at the batsman again. Requesting something from the umpire. Again, misses the bat.
That seems to be the most common opening ball that we see from Murphy. It's always a swing and a miss for the batsman each time.
And he's on the good length all the time. Batsman doesn't come forward, doesn't get back.
Badly targeted ball there by the batsman.
He's trying to hit it too hard. As a batsman, you don't have to hit it too hard. The ball is new, so you can take advantage of that. Timing is better. If you can time the ball into gaps. Oh, this time he has learned his lesson.
Once again, this over has conceded no runs so far. I think after Murphy's opening over, he's kind of made sure that he hasn't let any runs, pass him by. And just as we speak, the ball flies way over the boundary, going for the first 6 of this game.
The first 6 had to be that bigger.
That was a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot indeed. Rafiullah. Look at that. And times the ball.
He picked it up for sure. I think the previous ball kind of gave him an indication that this one was going to be kind of similar, and he had to time it just right.
UAE moves on to 24 with that 6, the first on the day.
Let's see what Murphy's retaliation to that 6 will be.
Just like that. Just like that.
Ooh.
But not in his favor.
Good ball though. Seemed just a little bit high on the pad.
Yeah. Goes down the leg side. But a good way to answer back. And this time, Rafiullah says, I'm not bothered. That's 4 runs.
Murphy's most expensive over of this game so far. Good shot.
Nicely timed.
No fielder there to block it. 5 overs in, 28 for none.
Mama Gajaman.
So UAE, after winning the toss and opting to bat first, have got to 28 runs at the end of the first 5 overs.
Come on guys, come on. Concentrate, huh? Shabash.
Quick fix on the side screen and we are back. Grant in his 3rd over starts off with a wide, and with me here in the commentary box I've got a gentleman who is part of the New Zealand squad, who had a great last game where they faced Australia and beat Australia just a couple of weeks ago. He's Lee. How are you, Lee?
I'm very good, Anil. Thank you, and I'm very honoured to be here.
Yeah. How's it watching the boys from the outside and not being part of the action?
It's a lot cooler in here. I think I quite enjoy it where we were sitting, yeah.
Definitely. It's a warm day here in Colombo. New Zealand taking on UAE at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds in Colombo, right next to the Sinhalese Sports Club stadium, which is a test venue. Two wides in the first 3 deliveries. What would you say your teammate at this point, Lee?
Yeah, I guess we're just trying to find out how the conditions are playing. I mean, the pitches, well, it's early days, but they look pretty good. So we've got to bowl good tidy lines and keep things tight to the stumps, I think. Not give too much width.
Yeah. Sounds like the way to go. Once again, a lofted shot. Just drop shot of the long off fielder. Just a single for Amjad. I would like to talk about the preparation for you guys leading up to this tournament, Lee. So how's it? So I'm pretty sure you all know the tournament starts long time before. And how was the preparation leading up to the tournament?
It's a little bit, for me, things were a little bit different for the rest of the guys. But I know they picked the team nice and early, and they were doing a lot of preparation. Obviously, it's the middle of our season back home, so the boys have been playing a lot of cricket. But yeah, the guys have obviously got quite fit. I think we think we're quite sharp at the moment. We're fielding quite well, so that shows we're quite fit. For me, my circumstances were a little bit different. I got called in late to cover one of our team members, Lee Kelly. So if you're listening, Lee, wish you all the best in your recovery. He unfortunately picked up an injury and wasn't able to join the squad, and I was lucky enough to get the tap on the shoulder.
Yeah, and as we speak, that's another hike over long on, but just bounces before the rope, and that's another boundary for Rafiullah, the captain of UAE. He's going at quite a good rate, 19 of just 16 deliveries. Yeah, we just spoke about the preparation, Lee. So when you talk about preparation, is it just physical fitness, or do you all also play warm-up games? I know you all got a warm-up game just before this tournament, but before coming to Sri Lanka, and the conditions are different. How is it preparing for the conditions?
Well, it's very different. Obviously, we're all from different parts of the country. There's a lot of guys from Canterbury on the side, so the wickets down there are a little bit different, a bit greener, a little bit seamier. I'm from Auckland, so the pitches are there a bit drier and a little bit bouncier. So yeah, we've come from different conditions, but like I said before, we've been playing a lot of cricket, so we're quite match fit. Yeah.
Brilliant, that's great to hear.
Timing of the tournament's been excellent for us.
Great. And as we speak, Rafiullah just got another boundary, same region, but this time along the ground, just bisected that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. And speaking about Auckland, you're coming from Auckland, and I just happened to find a beautiful picture of yours where you got married at the Eden Park, the picturesque Eden Park, with a lot of history behind it. How was that experience?
God, that's a long time ago. But yeah, wow, yeah. Things follow you on the internet. Yeah, that was a really special day. It was Black Caps were playing South Africa. I think it was the second day of the test there. Yeah, lovely day. The Eden Park guys put on a great function for us, and we loved it. Yeah. My wife was has a background in cricket as well. She was an international scorer.
Oh, nice.
For quite some
Let's
time.
get back to that, Kelly, after this break. So that's 39 after 6 overs.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Are we seeing the first bowling change of the day? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Calvin's coming on.
So another medium pacer.
That's right. Yep. Gets a little bit of in duck, I think. In swing.
We did see a bit of shape early in the day, I think, for the two new ball bowlers. Yeah. New Zealand continuing with pace.
Yeah, I think we've got a few boys who can swing it. I found a bit the other day. It just seems the conditions are conducive for us to swing it. So
Yeah, there was a lush green covering over the surface, but not this. Not the grass that would give you a lot of bounce, but more of dry grass. Yeah. Typical Sri Lankan wicket, I would say.
I mean, the wickets are playing well. They're not moving off the seam. They're staying quite straight. But if you can get something in the air, just a little bit of deviation, that really helps a lot.
Straight away, some shape, but probably not the best line to start off with.
Yeah, touch wide of off. So yeah, he's early days. Hopefully he'll warm into it. Got away with that one.
You need those. You need those, Lee. This time through the gap on the off. And that's another boundary. This time it's Amjad Khan. Score moves on to 43.
Yeah.
Going at a good rate, UAE.
Yeah, it's a good deck. I mean, yeah, I think if we can keep him under 250, I think we'd be quite happy with that. But yeah, he weighted quite nicely. It was quite full and just eased it through the covers.
Let's get back to the story where we stopped in the last over, Lee. Yeah, you said your wife is also cricket scorer.
Yeah, that's right. Just wait for Calvin to come in.
Oh yeah, nice. That's the spot. Here we go, boys. Nice, JT.
So yeah, she
love that, Calvin.
yeah she scored quite a bit for first class
Great
cricket,
length,
and then a number of games for with the New Zealand team. She also did some work with on an Indian tour with ESPN for down to New Zealand. So she's had a bit of experience, but she moved on from that some time ago. But I think cricket's been a big part of our family as well. I've got two daughters who play. They're doing quite well.
Brilliant. That's a dream cricket family, all involved in cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
That has been quite a decent comeback from Scott after being hit for a boundary in just the second delivery.
That's why, boys. Let's get in this
Yeah, I think he's just found his line, just trying to keep it tight on the off pole there.
Calf. Isn't it? It's a whole heap of them.
Last delivery of the over coming up.
Hold, mate, hold.
Ends with a dot.
Yeah, he's got out of that one really well. That was good finish.
Yeah, Lee is happy with Scott's first over. That's UAE's 7th over, 43 for the loss of no wickets.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
There is another bowling change from the other end as well, and it's Vish Dubey.
Yeah, so Vish is a left arm offie. He's my fellow Auckland player.
Spin for the first time of the day, and it's a left arm spinner. Still a very defensive field, I would say.
Yeah, I think early on it's probably good for a bowler coming in to be a bit defensive, find your rhythm, and then if you don't want to give away some free ones early on, if you can put use the guys you're allowed out on the fence early, and then if you can bring them back in.
He's taking his time to make sure he's got the exact field he wants. And as we say, he just brought in a slip fielder. And he's got 3 men inside the ring on the off and a long off fielder. So that's a total of 5 fielders on the off. Just 4 men on the onside. He's got cover there. Just the lone fielder in the ring on the onside.
He's done well to cut that one off. It's a very good bit of work.
quiet start for Vish's over.
Yeah, that's exactly what a spinner wants. In a former life, I was a left arm spinner, but so yeah, you want to build up those dots and build the pressure, make the batsman change something, you know.
So more pressure. I think Rafiullah, who has got 27 in just 21, would want to keep rotating the strike. Yeah. This is good from Vish.
Very good start. Oh.
Did we just see the first ball turning? Was that some spin?
Yeah, it definitely moved to touch. Look on the replay.
Beautifully flighted.
Yeah, that one.
That definitely spun.
It moved, yeah.
Any more spinners in the lineup, Lee?
Yes, we do. We've got Serzi, he's another left armer. We're resting Andrew Nuttall today. But we've got 2 left armers in. And Anil, the skipper, he bowls little leggies.
Was that a catch?
It's hard to tell. It's been a good start. That's a good over, Vish. Well done.
Yeah, brilliant over. Starts off with a maiden. Still on 43 UAE after 8 overs.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So during the break off the mic, I was just asking how long ago Lee and the squad got here to Sri Lanka, and he was like, just 5 days ago. How has been the climate treating you, Lee? I know it's completely different to what you all face in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's been warm. We particularly found it on the first game, the warm-up game against Australia. The early part of the day was really hot. It was still. But once the breeze picks up, it's quite pleasant out there. You know, it's still warm, but it really helps having a bit of airflow. But generally off the field, we're finding it very pleasant. You know, it's not oppressively hot, which we were a little bit worried it might be.
Glad that you're loving the climate here, Lee.
Yeah, it's lovely. We love it. We're really enjoying it.
And that's the first runs for UAE after about 9 deliveries, 8 dots on the trot, and then you get a bye, and that's 4 of them. Quite a breather for UAE.
Yeah, that one's kept a bit low, and it's nutmeg Scotty there.
He won't be a happy bowler now.
Well, it's not. It's on Scotty's book, not the bowler.
Nonetheless, welcome runs for UAE.
Definitely, yeah.
More freebies. This time, down the leg, a wide.
Yep. Yeah, just struggling to keep the line there just at the moment, but I'm sure he'll bring it back.
That's a lofted shot. That was very well struck. And finds the fence. That's another boundary for Amjad.
Keep working hard, Calv.
That brings up UAE's 50. Score moves on to 52. There's that shot again. A tad too much width, you guess? A tad too much width for...
Yeah, a little bit full, a little bit wide. Yeah, the easy one to put away.
Nice,
Good
mate,
bit
well
of fielding
bowled.
there.
Try the same shot again, Amjad. This time, played it
Really
straight
good,
back to the
Carl.
bowler.
He's dragged that one a bit.
Lots going on here, buddy.
And that's what we want, a couple of quiet balls, slow things down a bit. Yeah, he finished that well. Got out of that okay.
Yeah. 52 after 9.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So Vish Dubey will continue. Bowled maiden in his first over. Now he's back to bowl at Rafiullah. Still no run. Still the same field.
Yeah, if they're not getting away on you, you don't need to change it. And he's found a nice spot. You know, good length, good line. It's up to the UAE boys to make a change here, I think. Yeah, beauty.
That was coming, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. The pressure was building up. It may have just been an arm ball, because I don't think it hit the leg pole, didn't it?
Yeah, went straight on with the arm. No turn whatsoever. So brilliant delivery by Vish Dubey, and he gets the dangerous side Rafiullah, the skip of UAE, was going really well. 27 off just 26.
Yeah, he was looking like the danger man, the more attacking player, so it's always good to get the high scoring guys out.
What a placing sight is that for a spinner.
Yeah, beautiful.
So that's the first strike for New Zealand. UAE 52 for 1 after 9.2. Here's the new batsman for UAE, Seen Ranjan. That was a reward for New Zealand, I would say, for a very disciplined spell of bowling from both Vish and Scott.
That's right. I mean, it's on these good batting conditions, it's all about bowling tight lines and lengths and being disciplined. And like I said before, making the batter change his game a little bit. And that's just what Vish and Scotty did there.
And I think the batsman didn't expect the ball to come in. He was playing for the spin.
See, that came in quite a lot. Yeah.
Attacking shot
it was.
right away.
That was a good one first up. Yeah, hit that well.
Seems like Seen Ranjan is also an attacking batsman like Rafiullah. That was more of a defensive shot.
Yeah.
Mixing it up well.
He is, yeah. That one was a little bit slower and just slightly shorter length, so he wasn't able to drive it. He tossed that one up. Attempt to I see he put the long off out there, so he's seeing the threat and covering it. It's good sharp captaincy there.
Inviting the batsman to take the charge. Once again, this time he accepts the invitation and puts it away. That's probably the biggest six of the day.
It's a very well struck ball, that one. I think we see his intent. I guess he'll carry on that way. We'll see.
Yeah, and that's the end of over number 10. UAE 58 for 1. And thank you very much, Lee, for joining us.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, hope to see you again today. And yeah.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Just walked in, he's playing shots like that. It's good, bud. Good.
UAE 58 for 1 after 10 overs. This was the last 6. Was picked up brilliantly. It was tossed up right in his arc, and he made no mistakes.
Great bowling, KB.
Now Amjad
Really nice, Cal.
moves to 18 with that single.
Nice show, man. Really good, Cal.
58 runs in the first 10 overs, Asanka. Very good start for UAE. Now at the toss, the skipper wanted the team to score 300. He was having a lot of expectations on the score first up to get a total with a rate over 6 runs per over. And at the moment, I think they have laid the perfect foundation for that.
That's what we heard from Adil from the pitch report. Said to be a good wicket. Lot of runs on it. The run rate is 5.80 at the moment. Very good going for UAE.
The skipper Said Rafiullah, he was the aggressor in the first few overs, but got out for 27. If Rafiullah continued in the same manner, I think they would have managed to get to that run rate even around 7 or 7.5, because he was going big guns from the word go. Right now, Ranjan and Amjad, the two batters in the middle. Ranjan, he's on 7. Now Amjad he has been very watchful. He has been the more calmer batsman out of the two, especially the two opening batters.
Great work, Calvin.
Now with the spinners coming into the action, I think things have changed a bit. Oh, that's a good delivery, Scott. He did that quite a lot of times in this game so far. He has bowled just 15 deliveries, but he managed to beat the outside edge of the batter 5-6 times already.
Look at paint, Calvin.
Deceived the batsman on the flight. That's what a spinner should do. Scott is the bowler. Once the spinners were introduced, the runs don't seem to come easy.
Exactly, because the two spinners, they have bowled 4.4 overs and they have given away just 17 runs. This time Amjad on the front foot. He just lofts it over the boundary quite easily. That's another maximum for UAE. It was a good battle. Scott beating the outside edge of Amjad in the earlier delivery, and Amjad taking the chance, lofting it over the fielder at long on. So end of the 11th over, 66 for 1 UAE. The match scheduled for today. Today is the first match day of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. We have England taking on Zimbabwe at the Papare Grounds in Bandaragama, and then New Zealand versus UAE taking place here at the MCA Grounds. Sri Lanka versus USA, the host, they're playing their first game as well on the CCC Grounds. And then in Group B, South Africa versus West Indies, St Thomas's Ground, Mount Lavinia. Pakistan versus Wales taking place at the Bloomfield Grounds, and Australia versus India at the Nisargadatta Stadium. So some high quality action coming your way throughout the day, and you can catch all the action of all the 6 games on www.thepapare.com, our website and our YouTube channel. And also you'll be able to catch the action live on the Lanka Masters Cricket YouTube platform as well. So it's a drinks break at the moment. We will go to a short commercial break and we'll be back with the live action once again. Stay tuned to the Papare.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Back after the drinks break, UAE, they've started off very, very strong. They're going at 6 runs per over at the moment. 66 for 1 after 11 overs. Ranjan and Amjad out there in the middle at the moment. Amjad, he's on 24. Ranjan, he's on 7. Now, to remind all of our viewers once again, it's a 45 over game. And these gentlemen, they're actually playing 2 games in a row. They will be playing tomorrow as well, Asanka. So only one team will be rested on each day from the 2 groups. All the other 6 teams, they'll be competing. So most of the teams, they'll be playing games on back-to-back days. So it's really great to see, although they are in the over-50s category, that they have the fitness to achieve that. Then they will make some changes as well for tomorrow's game. But it's really great to see these gentlemen playing their hearts out, giving their absolute best, and having the fitness level sometimes even more than what we see in the professional level at the moment. Oh, straight off the drinks break, and that's the 2nd wicket. How often have we seen that, Asanka? Good partnership blossoming, but then all of a sudden the drinks break arrives, and from the very first delivery we get a wicket.
Unfortunate for the UAE. That's Ranjan who departs. Scored a 6 off the last over where he got the ball in the slot, but this time didn't time it at all.
I was trying to go inside out against the left arm spinner. Didn't get enough bat on it. Sean Ranjan, he departs for 7. 66 for 2 after 11.1 UAE.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So the new batter in the middle is Mehra.
compared to the other UAE batsmen. He looks smaller, but who knows how powerful he is. Vijay Mehra taking his guard. Get some help from the keeper as well. Defends nicely. Mehra. There's so much time for these batsmen to score. Good effort at the covers.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Left arm spinner beating the outside edge of the right-handed batter, and that's something that we see quite a lot when we see this competition, when we see this battle, left arm spinner against the right-handed batsman.
Dubé saw him coming forward, delivered a bit faster the previous ball. Easy single. This is what they have to do.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
There we go, boys. Come on, fellas.
It was a good over from Dubé. He continues to be economical and he continues to threaten the batters. 3 overs, 2 for 7 from Dubé.
Thank you. And can you give me middle as well? Thank you. Thanks, my friend. He lives on.
Mehra seems to be someone who can keep the score ticking.
Oh, bold. Great stuff, KB.
They're in the 13th over and scored 67 runs.
Yeah, nice, Calvin. Good, Calv. Oh, mate, so good, Calvin.
So Mehra
Nice, Izzy.
under pressure a little bit, not being
good,
able
boys.
to get the singles as well. The run rate decreasing slightly for UAE at the moment.
Oh, well bowled. Well
Good
bowled.
ball. Scott on his target
So nice, Calvin.
from the first ball.
We don't need to change anything here, fellas.
I think Scott is a sort of bowler that actually thrives when the batter goes on to that defensive mode. You know, when the batters tried to target him, he was feeling a bit of pressure earlier as well. But with Mehra and Amjad both being sort of defensive batters compared to the other two batters, I think Scott will definitely have the advantage in this situation.
No wonder, being a leg spinner, you got to keep attacking. Again, a bit short.
Nice boys, nice boys.
No run. 67 for 2.
Mama Gajaman.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
That's like correct.
So Dubey to continue. It's been the pick of the bowlers so far for New Zealand. They were feeling the pressure quite a lot when the game started, as the two UAE opening batters, they were going big guns, they were attacking and they were getting runs at a very good rate. But this man, he managed to put a stop to that. Took both the wickets and right now UAE just taking themselves to a bit of a corner here, not getting much runs after the second wicket. Mehra, 1 of 10. Now, he walked out to bat when the run rate was 6, so maybe not. It's not even about the boundaries, it's about trying to rotate the strike, trying to get the singles out, not giving the advantage back to the bowlers, although you have lost a wicket. Oh, that's a good single. Good running between Amjad and Mehra. Good communication.
All the fielders inside the 30-yard circle are at the edge of the 30-yard circle. So there's always a single available. If they want to take it. Like you said, Dubey is the pick of the bowlers so far. Taken 2 wickets for just 8 runs. He's in his 4th over. Flighted. And Mehra takes it and scores 4.
Yeah, Mehra picked it up beautifully. Dubey giving the ball a lot of air outside the off stump. And Mehra, his eyes lit up and he pounced on it big time to get his first boundary. Now that will most probably settle his nerves a little bit. Mehra, he was struggling to get going. A slightly quicker one from Dubey. They take another single, so good over this one for UAE. They have managed to get some runs off it. 2 singles and a boundary.
And good running between the wickets. They're always looking for a single. At this age, it's not easy, Laksisi. Your body doesn't respond. But their bodies do. That's 4. Beautiful shot.
Brilliant. Dubey getting his length wrong, the line wrong as well. It was short, it was way outside the off stump. And Amjad pouncing on that loosener from Dubey. The first real loosener we can say from Dubey in this spell.
That's the way. Come on, fellas.
So 10 runs off that over. 77 for 2 UAE after 40.
Get it going. Oh, nice, mate, nice. good, KB. Bit of jag there, bud.
77 for 2. Emirates. Flighted and again.
You got it, Si.
Pushes back past the bowler. That's 4. That's well timed. Nicely timed by Mera. Doesn't even look like he's trying to hit it hard. Easy.
Murph. Si. Murph.
He moves up to 10 or 15. Good ball. Right back on his target. And doesn't try to flight this time.
Bowled. Well bowled, KB. Really good, mate. Nice, Kelv.
Mera, he's on 10 of 17. Amjad, he's on 29 of 38. I wonder what their next bowling change is going to be, Asanka, because these two spinners, they have bowled in tandem for some time now.
Oh, that's the one. Love it. Bold, Kelvin.
And being the best couple of bowlers.
Let's get out of this over, fellas. Work hard.
I wonder whether they do have maybe a right-arm off spinner in their disposal to try and bowl some quick overs in the middle.
Oh, bowled. Well bowled. Back it.
So 15 overs done. UAE 82 for 2. Mera and Amjad putting together another decent partnership. Let's see whether they can continue, but it's time for a change in the com box.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Second power play. Square. Come on. Round
So we have a bowling change. Vishal Dubey is getting a break after a spell of 4 overs where he took 2 wickets, both the wickets to fall on the day so far, giving away just 17 runs. It's Sears into the attack. Darren Sears, another medium pacer. Probably no, a left arm spinner, another left arm spinner. So left arm spinner replacing a left arm spinner. I think just a quick rest for Vishal Dubey, who was bowling really well. Welcome back, Sajani.
Hello.
So Sears to Mera.
First ball for Sears, and that looked like he was slipping away. A little bit of a field fumble, and they pick up 2.
Probably a tight line from Sears, but a touch too full. Just a push from Mera. Much better length this time from Sears.
the game has slowed down a little bit for the UAE. I think the fall of the wickets had something to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think both the batters who got dismissed, Rafiullah and Ranjan, seemed like the attacking batters for UAE.
Yes, I feel like Rafiullah especially. He was the one who was hitting the big shots, and so far, as we mentioned before, Amjad seems to be more of a defensive player. He doesn't really go for aggressive shots or bigger shots, which means that he needs another batsman who has the ability to attack as well to kind of balance it out.
Yeah. Amjad, I think, needs a more attacking partner to complement him. Vijay Mehra is also doing a decent job. It's 13 of 22 deliveries so far. That was another quick single. And this is the tricky part of the game, Sajani. The middle overs.
Yes.
Yes, they got a decent start, UAE. Now, after the loss of 2 wickets, this is where you either make it or
you just
fall
collapse.
apart. Yeah.
I agree, and I really believe that the middle overs are very important because a lot of teams end up leaving a lot to do in the final overs, which kind of backfires when everybody starts going out.
Definitely, and that's the end of Darren Sears' first over. Just 2 runs off it, UAE 84 for 2.
Thanks, Sam. Your opening bowler hai. No, I'm okay.
So Amjad Khan, having faced 42 deliveries, came in as an opener, unbeaten on 30, so anchoring the innings for UAE.
The one who's been on the field the longest so far for the UAE. It takes a lot of stamina, especially at, in this tournament, to be able to, still be on the field, still hit shots, which is why I feel like that could be a momentary lapse in his game.
Yeah, and you're not getting any younger as time goes. So he's done really, really well so far.
It's quite a hot day as well, so...
Just waiting to confirm who the new bowler is. We do have bowling change, and it's Simon Murphy back into the attack, who opened the bowling for New Zealand. Bowled 3 overs, giving away 18 runs. So they've given a break for Kelvin Scott as well, who bowled 5 overs on the trot, including a maiden, for 22 runs.
We haven't seen a lot of Murphy in the in the events of the game so far, but it's nice that he's back. He was pretty much the opening bowler for the game.
Yeah, had a bit of shape, a hint of shape in the beginning. Probably wanted a bit more time to settle down with his lines and lengths.
Maybe
Probably. Now we'll see a better line and lengths in this spell.
Maybe pick up a wicket he was unable to do in the first bit of the game.
That's not a good start.
Come on, boys. Let's get him behind him, eh?
Second wide for Murphy of this game.
Let's help the big cat out. No.
Much more tighter line this time from Murphy. Amjad probably could have got some contact and scrambled through for another single, but probably was a bit too quick for his liking.
Yeah. I think right now the tactic between them is not to run as much within the wickets, but to, hit as many full shots as they can.
No.
Maybe like that one, unfortunately, there was a fielder in the exact path of that ball.
Yeah, not the usual tactics you would recommend in a normal game of cricket where you would like to get more singles in the middle part. But yeah, this is over 50s cricket.
And running between the wickets just seems like an unnecessary thing if you can hit full shots every here and now.
Makes sense. Much tighter line and length from Murphy this time.
I mean, from players like Amjad, you can just see that stamina is something that they have built over the years, because he has almost faced 50 deliveries. And
45 deliveries, yeah?
Yeah, almost. And he seems to be still batting with some consistency.
Straying down the leg side once again, Murphy.
Another wide, third wide of the game.
Yeah, and talking about Amjad's stamina, I think all of these players, they've been playing cricket since their young days. So I think cricket fitness is something they definitely have. And even though they're over 50, they still got that stamina and endurance, which you rightly said.
I think some things are just muscle memory at the end of the day.
Definitely. You might retire from active cricket, but you just can't take the cricketer out of you.
Yeah. Halfway through this over, not a lot of runs.
Interesting headgear worn by Mera. You won't see these much in the modern game. Definitely a piece from the past where you won't have the grill in front of your face. It's just the head cover.
I've actually never seen something like that on a player.
Yeah, so probably if you watch maybe a game from the late or the early 90s or late 80s, even I was not born back then, but on YouTube you could find highlights from old games and you would definitely come across a helmet like this. The player that straight away comes to my mind with this sort of a helmet is the great Aravind De Silva from Sri Lanka. He always used to wear helmets like this without the grill. Probably towards the latter part of his career, he probably wore a helmet with the grill, but definitely not in the early stages of his career. That's the end of over number 17, UAE 88 for 2.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Mera has still got his helmet on, even though it's the spinner bowling.
Sears back in the attack after just one over.
No.
Good start from him. Dot ball.
Vishal Dubey is back on the ground. He was just here.
He was just here with us in the commentary box, and now he's back.
That was struck a bit powerfully. Very well stopped by the fielder at mid-wicket.
Unfortunately, not a good placement by the batsman.
Definitely not.
No.
I really think that the UAE batsmen right now need to really aim towards the gaps between the fielders because they haven't gotten a boundary in quite some time.
Yeah, and this is a really good outfield also. So the moment you place it through a gap, you might even end up getting a boundary. That's more like it just milking the ball towards the boundary line, getting a single. Dropped shot. Once again, straight to the field at extra cover. Could have hit it anywhere. I think the New Zealand team would love this phase where they're building some pressure.
Once again, well struck, but straight to the fielder.
It's another decent over from Darren Sears, 90 for 2 after 18.
Murphy back on strike. Back on bowling actually. Looking to get a wicket. Good running by the two batsmen.
That was very close as well. A very quick run.
Good throw.
Probably the keeper could have made it a bit quicker, but end of the day it's a single for UAE. That was a beauty. That was a peach of a delivery by Murphy. A hint of shape, beating the outside edge, and Mehra had no clue whatsoever. Very close to the off stump as well.
He got very lucky there.
Very lucky, Mehra. Could have easily taken the outside edge or kissed the off stump. Luckily, missed both. So Mehra is not happy with the side screen.
He should sit down. The outside fielder should sit down.
The umpires trying to help him out. I think he's not happy with the substitute or the reserve New Zealand player standing in front of the side screen. Tight lines and lengths by Murphy.
This over is considerably better than his previous over in which he conceded 2 wides.
Yeah, 2 wides. Building pressure here, New Zealand.
UAE might be looking to, hit 1 or 2 big shots now.
That was one attempt there. Well fielded by the field at point.
Unfortunately, the same problem comes about again. The shots aren't exactly well placed.
Yep, straight to the fielder. Didn't have to move much.
Misfield there.
Did it carry to the short fine leg fielder, or was it just short of him? Like to see the replay. Definitely straying down the leg side there by Murphy. Losing his line, but Mehra almost played it to the hands of the short fine leg fielder.
There is the replay.
Well shot of him. Well shot. Once again, this has been a really good over by Murphy, and very unfortunate as well. This time it runs down to the third man boundary, giving away 4 runs. He's not happy.
A boundary after a long time for the UAE, 96 for 2.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So I think that was the last delivery of the over. It's just completed the over. Murphy, I think, was very unlucky in the previous delivery, where he could have got a wicket if he had a slip, a bit more attacking field, I guess. Unfortunately.
But he did well to hold that over together. Unfortunately, the last ball just slipped away from him.
Yeah, definitely. A really good over, as I said. Really good lines and lengths, making the batsman poke at it. Lucky escape for the UAE batter. We have Darren Sears again for his third over.
He has been having a great game so far, not conceding many runs at all.
Very well stopped by Sears on his own bowling. Definitely stopped a single.
Little bit of frustration from the UAE batter. I think he expected them to take the single.
Yeah. Top effort by Darren Sears. Not giving UAE that single. Is he happy? Is he not happy with Jamaica? Probably he wants to get on with the game quickly. It's not the best it's not the best temperature out there. It's pretty warm.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Flighted delivery, played straight to the field at long off. It's another single. What do you think would be a good score on this wicket, Sajani? 45 overs?
I would think, depending on how well they play, like over 200 would be a good score.
Yeah,
I believe.
Even Lee in our previous commentary stint said that New Zealand would be happy if they keep UAE under a score of 250. So they are confident of chasing down anything under 250. Yeah? As you said, UAE would be definitely looking to get a score of above 200.
But looking at the score right now, unless they make some of those big shots, to pass the 200 mark might also be a little bit of a challenge.
That's a hike by Amjad Khan, and has he found the boundary? Yes, that's a boundary for him.
100 comes up on the board for UAE, 101 for 2, in just under the 20th over.
Flighted delivery. Played across the line. Took on the fielder at deep mid wicket. And couldn't stop it.
Good effort, but
Amjad moves on to 41 in 53.
Waiting, still waiting.
Brilliant effort once again by the New Zealand fielder.
that brings UAE to 101 for 2 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Susie. Really good, bud.
UAE 101 for 1, 101 for 2 after 20 overs. Mehra and Amjad putting together a decent partnership for the 3rd wicket. And joining with me in the com box to take you through the next 5 overs is Mr. Vijay Petri from New Zealand. Welcome to Sri Lanka, Mr. Vijay Petri.
Great to be here. Thanks for having us. Yeah, we're really enjoying being in Colombo and Sri Lanka. It's very different from where we're from, which is way down South Pacific. But we're certainly enjoying everything about Colombo.
Thoughts on the start so far, UAE? Can say they're in a decent position, 101 for 2 after 20 overs.
Yeah. Well, they're going well. I mean, 2 for 101 off 25 and over. So that is pretty good going. I mean, there are short boundaries, so you would expect the run rate, I think, to be at least 5. The question will be how deep the UAE batsmen go. You know, how deep do the batters go? So some teams bat very deep and others don't. So that'll be an interesting thing to see. They've certainly started well.
Damien Grant, slightly expensive in the first 3 overs. That was uppish. Driven uppishly by Mehra.
Okay.
Yeah, he was expensive early on, but a couple of the opening batsmen were having a go at anything that was up. And, you know, you could get a wicket or you could go for runs. So he didn't bowl badly, but, you know, short boundaries, fields up. You can go in this form of cricket if someone wants to take a chance and have a go, and that's what they did. And I think, you know, they did the right thing. You do want to attack early on. I think you'll need a decent score on this wicket, maybe 260, 270.
Aside Rafiul, the UAE skipper mentioned they're targeting 300, but here's Amjad going down the ground, and that will be another boundary. He moves to 45 with that. No, Amjad seems to be a batter who is very, very keen on playing strokes, especially the lofted shots on the V.
Yeah. Anything full, they'll have a go at. And I think the message to the New Zealand boys is just keep it on a length or back of a length. Don't let them drive down the ground. I think it's holding up a little bit. And don't bowl there. That one's gone pretty hard straight to the fielder, or not straight to him, but out to Homan. But I think he needs to be a little bit shorter than that.
All right, guys. Big effort here, guys.
So Richard, while the game is going on, just tell us a bit about the whole New Zealand contingent who are here for the tournament, who are the most experienced players, who are the new players to the over-50s scene, and how long you have worked with this team of New Zealand.
Big swing and a miss. They're going to have a go if it's up. Yeah, it's a mixed team. I'd say half the players, maybe just less than half, played in the last World Cup in South Africa. So we've got quite a few new guys, quite a few 50-year-olds. There's one guy who can't play in this game today because his birthday's tomorrow. so he doesn't qualify until tomorrow, and there's a game against USA, so he'll play in that one. But Damien Grant's new man. Got the edge, and he's got him.
And Mehra has to depart. Damien Grant taking his first wicket of the game, first wicket of the tournament. And the partnership was starting to look a bit threatening for New Zealand, but they managed to break that. Vijay Mehra.
Yeah, well, I was saying bowl back of a length, and he decided to bowl full, and he got a wicket. So you know that is the thing. You will get wickets if you bowl fuller, but you can go. So that's a big wicket for New Zealand. They needed that. UAE now 3 down for 107.
Mama Gajaman.
Azad Rizvi, the new batter for UAE, in at number 5.
And did UAE play any warm-up games prior to this one? Do we know?
No, as far as I know, they didn't. I'll have to check with the UAE camp.
Well, it's hot here for the New Zealanders, but I'm not sure the UAE boys would find it hot. It gets pretty hot there, doesn't it? Like, really hot.
Now Azad Rizvi. Interesting grip there from Azad Rizvi.
Well, I've never seen that before. He's got his hands around the opposite way to what every other batsman would have them. His top hand is the low hand on the bat. But he played it okay.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Run 8 for 3 after 21. More left arm spin coming their way. Sears, the second left arm spinner we had seen today. Dubey bowled brilliantly earlier. There's Azad Rizvi again with that unique grip.
That is the weirdest grip I've ever seen. I've never seen that, and I don't know whether that means I might imagine he would struggle to play through the offside with a grip like that, but it's obviously worked for him.
And driven down the ground, single to Rizvi.
So Darren Sears is a new player for us. He didn't play in South Africa. He's good left arm spinner, left arm batter.
Oh, that looked close, and that's the wicket. Amjad departs for 46. So both the set batters now back in the pavilion, exactly what New Zealand needed after that little partnership for the third wicket. Is the replay. plumb in front.
Good flight, threw it up in the air. Batter just missed it really. It didn't. I don't know if it turned too much, but it's probably beaten in flight. So that's a good wicket for New Zealand. He was going very well on 45. Dangerous man.
109 for 4 UAE after 21.4 overs, and right now the players they will take a little break, and we will be back after the drinks break.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So New Zealand right back in this game. It's fair to say they have the upper hand with those two quick wickets. And everyone, this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup coverage map for the day. We have England versus Zimbabwe taking place at the Papare Grounds in Bandaragama. Sri Lanka versus USA at the CCC Grounds. New Zealand versus UAE at the MCA Grounds. This game. South Africa versus West Indies at the St Thomas's College Grounds in Mount Lavinia. Pakistan versus Wales at the Bloomfield Grounds, and Australia versus India at the Pisaramutu Stadium, the stadium where Sri Lanka played their first ever test encounter. So Sears bowling very, very tightly here. 1 for 10 after 3.4 overs. 3.5 overs rather. Very economical. It was that to be cut away, but Shahzad missed it. So it was a successful over for New Zealand. 109 for 4 after 22 overs UAE.
Yeah. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So Rizvi on to Shahzad, yet to get off the mark. Grant took a wicket in his previous over, flicked away by Rizvi, straight to the fielder. And Richard, just tell us a bit about the whole over-50s cricket scene in New Zealand, how the teams were selected. Is there a domestic tournament taking place in the over-50s age category?
Yes, there is. There's it's called the IPT. So the teams all go and play a domestic tournament. Big shout on the new batter with the unusual grip, hit on the pads. I'm going to go back to the changing rooms and try batting with my hands that way and see what it's like. Just watching the replay there. Ooh, it's a close shout, just outside off stump probably. Yeah, we have 4 different provinces or regions. There's 2 divisions, and every year there's a tournament. And teams play, and the national team has been selected from that. There's been a couple of tours to Australia as well during the year, where select players were sent over and performed against Australia, and there was a tournament against Australia and USA last year as well, so plenty of cricket.
Now New Zealand tightening the grip a little bit here. A lot of dots, 2 quick wickets, and the momentum shifting towards New Zealand.
Big time. There's a little dog running on the field behind the keeper. Umpire says that one's going down leg as well. So Damien Grant is honing in on the stumps. And it's not a bad shout, that one. I'm surprised the bowler didn't go up. Maybe it was a little short. The umpire said it was going down leg. I don't think it was.
Maybe a bit too high, maybe?
Maybe. I played club cricket with that umpire back in 1990 something. We played at his club Bexhill in Sussex, so it's good to catch up with some old friends.
23 overs done. UAE 109 for 4.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
So CS will continue. So just 8 runs in the last 3 overs when we started our commentary stint, Richard. UAE were 101 for 2 in 20 overs.
Yeah, well, I made mention as what is the depth of this team's batting, and that's the key factor here. How low do they go? And certainly the opening 2 batters were very effective and very aggressive, and the new men coming in, not quite of the same calibre, it doesn't seem. So the choke is on.
Probably the impact was outside off stump, I believe.
Ooh.
Would be interesting to see a replay.
We're not on a perfect angle here, but it just looked pretty good. Oh yeah, probably just outside off stump. Good call. Sears is a big appealer. He does like the ball hitting the pads.
Shahzad Ahmed, who is on strike, he actually played his first class cricket in India. He was actually brought into cricket by his 2 brothers, Salim and Sahir Khan. Shahzad Ahmed now playing for UAE Over-50s team. Oh, that's a full toss. Choose a full toss from Sears. Now that's the most interesting thing with his bat grip, Richard. And he gets offered with a full toss like that. Does he have that enough power to put it away with that bat grip?
Well, put it this way, there's millions of other batters in the world and no one else bats like that. So, I don't know. 1 billion people say no, one person says yes. But we'll see, you never know. He could be like Dick Fosby of the Fosby flop, who came in and revolutionised high jump by doing it completely differently.
So
I don't think so, but who knows? Let's see.
24 was done, 111 for 4 UAE. Oh, Risby. Risby. Back on strike. A good fielding effort there in the deep. was done, 113 for 4. So after this one, they'll have 20 more overs remaining, UAE. Wonder whether they have the firepower. Oh, that looked close, but again, I think the impact probably would have been outside the off stump, or maybe there was some bat on it. So a lot of close shouts in the last few overs, Richard.
Yeah, there's a lot of balls hitting the pads. We've noticed that very large percentage of wickets taken at over 50s level is bowled in LBW. Not quite sure why. Obviously they don't have the slips. Maybe the bowlers aren't as fast. You don't get them in the slips, but disproportionate bowled in LBW.
Just one. All good, boys. Working hard.
One more run added. So these two dealing in singles at the moment, Risby and Shehzad. Just trying to settle the nerves a little bit after losing those 2 quick wickets.
Well, he plays it remarkably orthodox for a man with his hands around the wrong way. I can't imagine he goes too hard through covers because he'd break his wrists, I would have thought. But he's probably has the ability to whip it through mid-wicket, through the leg side with that grip, I'd be guessing.
End of another tight over. 25 overs done, UAE 115 for 4. So Richard, thank you very much for joining with us. So hoping to see you once again today as the game goes on in the commentary box.
Yeah, we'll come back later on. Thanks for having me.
Right on. Right on. Yeah.
So UAE 115 for 4. They lost both their set batsmen Amjad Khan and Vijay Mehra in quick succession. And it has been a rebuilding phase for them, where Asad Rizvi and Shahzad Ahmed trying to kind of bring them back into the game. It's just 20 overs left in the game, and we have the New Zealand skipper Adil Somani coming to the attack, leg spin bowler. And I have Lee as well with me back in the commentary box.
Yep. Pleasure to be back, Anil.
Yeah. So how do you feel? The game is with the current state. Who do you think is having the advantage at this point?
Well, the UAE boys definitely got a good start. A solid start. They played some attacking shots. There's another one.
Won't run down to the boundary.
Just a couple there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we've pulled it back well just before. Obviously, picked up those wickets just before the last drinks break, and that's really pegged them back quite a bit. So it's a really critical time in the game for us, just to really keep that squeeze on and tighten things up.
Another single for UAE. And that was very interesting. Grip of holding the bat by the batter. I think it was Asad Rizvi.
Yeah, that's not something I've seen before. I'm going to have a good look at it on your screen.
Yeah. So that's a single for Shahzad, and Asad Rizvi is back on strike. So I think this time we can have a closer look at it.
Yeah, obviously the mechanics of with that technique are completely different to the norm.
Yeah. Not the way how you are taught when you are beginning cricket. But it's not wrong either, right?
Yeah, it
still a legal way.
It looks perfectly natural to be the way he's playing it. Yeah, it's impressive.
I think we just have to forget the mechanics of how the mechanics work on it.
Yeah.
Just focus on how he strikes the ball. Once again, coming down the track. Perfectly strikes the ball.
I see he there. That's a good first over from Anil. Just keeping that tight rein that we've got on the UAE guys at the moment.
Yeah, 120 for 4 after 26.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Calvin coming back from the far end.
Calvin Scott, he bowled 5 overs in his first spell, giving away just 22 runs. So New Zealand have stuck to the bowling combination of a fast bowler from the CIS end and a spinner from the pavilion end.
Well, I guess we're using the breeze with the breeze is coming towards us in the commentary area here from the far end. So for the spinners, that's for finger spinners particularly, that's really helpful. Holds the ball up, takes a bit of the energy out of the ball and helps it to turn and drop on the batsman.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's very helpful for the seamers to have a bit of extra breeze behind them to push the ball through.
Definitely. We saw Vishal Dubey, Darren Sears and skipper Adil Somani taking up the duties of bowling spin from the pavilion end, while the rest of the seamers kept bowling from the far end, as you said, with the help of the breeze, just helping them push the ball a bit quicker.
Yeah, you just get a little bit extra support and pace out of that. it's definitely even if it's a light breeze as a seamer. What's this next ball?
Hey, ball!
That's through him. Yeah, good ball that. That just slipped between bat and pad and taking the bails off. With the breeze as a seamer bowling into it, actually it feels a lot harder but running into it, so it saves a lot of energy. Well, that's coming a long way, hasn't it? That ball?
Yeah.
That really moved in. So that was a good ball. Good wicket to get. Again, just keeping things tidy, chipping away at the wickets and just slowing that run rate down and putting the pressure on the other side.
Yeah, UAE in a spot of bother, I would say. 120 for 5 in just the 27th over. That was a great delivery by Kelvin Scott.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's really key if you're trying to pressure the other team is to keep those wickets flowing. Every new batter has to take time to get in, and that's more chance for us to build up those dot balls and get further through the innings and slow their scoring. So it's working quite well for us at the moment.
So we have the new batsman for UAE. It's Sasidaran, Hari Krishnan Sasidaran, another right-hander. So I think we are yet to see a left-hander in the UAE batting lineup so far. All of them were right-handers. Probably helping New Zealand as well, because all the spinners they have are spinners who are taking the ball away from the right-hander.
Left arms. Well, they talk about matchups these days, don't they? So left armers to right-handers and leggies to left-handers. So yeah, it's worked well for us with our lineup today.
Oh, mate, really good bowling.
And with the left-right-hand combination, you find it's a lot harder work in the field. You're having to, especially when it's warm conditions, you're having to change fielding positions. Sometimes if they're turning it over quickly, you're changing positions every ball, and that's really tiring. So that's to our advantage that they don't have any lefties so far.
Yeah, a happy camp New Zealand at the moment, having taken 5 wickets in just the 27th over. Calvin Scott back into the attack and with a peach of a delivery, dismissing Asad Rizvi. Actually, dismissing Shazad Ahmed. Asad Rizvi is still on strike. Still out in the middle, along with the new batsman Sasidaran. And the first 3 deliveries to Sasidaran have been spot on by Scott.
Yeah.
Right on the money, not giving width whatsoever.
You're absolutely right, Anil. There's nothing worse than giving freebies away early on to the new batter. That gets them away and it puts the pressure back on us. So those first few balls are critical to keep them pegged down and keep us on top.
Yeah, that's the end of a successful over from Kelvin Scott. UAE 120 for 4 after 27.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So the Kiwi skipper continues. Rizvi lofts it over the mid-off fielder.
Yeah, I don't think our boys will be too concerned about that. Actually, we quite like the idea of the UAE boys having a hit. They'll can take the pace off, and as we saw there was no control, but they got away with it. They got a couple of runs through the gap, but next one might go to hand.
Some good work by the fielder. The ball just spun a bit away from him, but he managed just to put his hand right on time.
Yeah, those sliced ones, they're really tricky with the spin. Talking about spin, that one went quite a long way.
Yeah, the Kiwi spinners have been doing well to find some turn on from this track.
Definitely.
Giving it enough air to extract turn. Coming down the track once again, Rizvi, just a single. It's all going in favour of New Zealand.
Yeah, again, there's still a fair way to go. The UAE boys can crack on and get a good score from here, but as I've said before, it's boring, I know, but just keep it tidy and make them change their game,
Yeah. This time lofted once again, not enough to take it on to the deep fielder at the extra cover. So you initially said would be happy with a score under 250. Do you think still it's 250 under 250, or you might think under 200 at this point?
But yeah. Given you obviously have to adjust things through the game and what you think is a good score, and obviously, I think as the ball's got a little bit older and the pace has come out of the game, I think that's made a difference to the scoring rate. So yeah, perhaps that initial assessment was a little bit high, but yeah, 200. Yeah, that would be our target now. I'm sure that's what Adil's telling the guys. Really knuckle down, cut off every run you can cut off, and keep them down to that 200 or less.
Yeah. Great over from the skipper. UAE 123 for 5 after 28.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
Oh, mate, that's...
Scott is back for his 7th over.
On your toes, boys. Good stuff, Davo.
Starts off with a quick single for Sasidaran. It was Asad Rizvi taking that single.
Bit of work there, taking the stumps out. Underarm.
I think they didn't take that single, right? It was cut down. Some good fielding.
Yeah.
Good, Kelv.
This time, Asad
Really good,
is
boys.
successful with getting that single. Played towards long off.
Oh, bowling, mate, bowling.
Let's talk about the New Zealand batting league.
Great
Who do you
bowling,
think are the
Captain
key
Scott.
batters for New Zealand in this run chase?
Well, obviously up the top, we've got Andrew Hawes, a left-hander, so he gives us variety, and he's a strong hitter. We've got
It's good, boys. Moving fast.
got Robbie Fruitt. I think he's 3 or 4. He's kind of our mainstay. Gets us through the innings. Obviously we've rested a few guys today, Richard and others. So there'll be a couple of the key guys, but the rest of the guys are real good batters.
Coming, boys.
I'm new to the team, so I'm not 100% familiar with all the guys, but that top order, from watching them perform the other day, they know what they're doing.
That's great, and I think with
Nice
probably
easy, well bowled, Kelv.
a not so tough target on the cards, would think it would be something around 200, which I don't think would be a tough target for the New Zealand batting order on this track. We'll probably see some good knocks.
Well, I always think whatever score is made in the first innings, to me that's par. So, on the outside you might think, well, that's an under par score, 200, but there's a reason why they scored 200, right? It might be the conditions, or it could be the conditions rather than the bowling that's restricted the score. So, you've always got to be a little bit cautious and respectful of the conditions, the opposition, and how things pan out. So I wouldn't think we'll be too aggressive in our approach, and we'll just take it as it comes and sort of have a good look to start off.
Yeah. So I guess that's how New Zealand would approach their run chase when they come out in a while. But for now, it's still UAE batting in their 30th over, having lost 5 wickets for 127 runs. Rizvi have tried this shot on quite an occasions, but that was a brilliant piece of working.
Piece of work from
There's Darren Sears with the direct
Great
hit.
work, Searsy. Yeah, the batsmen sort of give up there, but you know, understandable. Kind of 9 times out of 10, you're not going to hit from there, but that's a great piece of fielding.
Clean pickup, and what a throw.
That's textbook, actually. He's lined that up beautifully. Yeah, really well done.
And all the youngsters watching this game out there, that's how you should throw. Clean pickup, aimed at the stump, and just at one go. And I think he had just one stump to aim at.
Yeah,
brilliant. UAE in further trouble, 127 for 6 in the 30th over.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here.
Blew my mind. Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So UAE just lost Asad Rizvi, looking for a quick single. He has been doing it for a while now, coming down the track, piercing the field, hitting it to the deep fielder and getting singles. But this time he played it straight to Darren Sears at extra cover, and as you said, Lee, he didn't expect Darren to hit the bullseye, but he did to perfection.
Yeah, it was great work. And yeah, we've been really happy with our fielding in our warm-up game, and to date in this game it's been pretty solid as well. So big part of our game.
Now I think we are into the tail of UAE. The number 8 batsman just in. Nicely played on that occasion. Just a single, but
having said
good intent.
I'm happy with our fielding. I'm not so happy with Vish's footwork there. I'll have to work with him later.
Let's go easy on them.
Got to use
Lee.
your hands.
Let's go easy on them, Lee. Yeah, so the new batsman is Rehan Ahmed at number 8. And with me on the commentary box here is Lee, who is also part of the New Zealand squad. Being rested today?
Yeah, rested. It was a tough day, that first warm-up game against Australia a couple of days back. So I'm quite happy to have the rest.
You did pick up 4 wickets in that game, right?
Yeah, I was a bit lucky. I burgled a few at the end, but it was a real pleasure to play my first game for New Zealand against Australia. The old rivals. So it was and to win. So it's a really great experience.
The famous Trans-Tasman battle. Yeah. That's the end of the over. UAE 129 for the loss of 6 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Well, UAE 129 for 6. We're starting the 31st over of this innings. UAE based with a lot of Pakistanis, Indians and Sri Lankans.
Really good, boys. Really good,
in this team.
Ujamera,
their manager Kumplea, was the vice captain of the UAE 1996 World Cup team. which Sri Lanka won that World Cup in 1996.
Bowling.
I say
Keep
good
up.
morning to Hasanka. Good morning, Hasanka.
Good morning, Paul. A lot of known names from the past.
Nice and tight.
Yes, definitely. UAE is a small country playing some good cricket there. Way back in 1996, they had some very good cricketers. They managed to become one of the teams which won the ICC
Thank you, mate.
tournament and qualified for the World Cup. As I said earlier, Vijay Mehra was the vice captain of the team. Wonderful player.
Really good, Kel.
There's too some wonderful players. They beat the Australians in the practice game.
Nice, Kel.
Very athletic for their age, these New Zealanders.
Yes, you're right. They take it quite seriously. They have come here to win the tournament. That's the main intention of all teams,
Good, Kelvin.
to win this tournament.
So good, Kelv.
The Over-50s
Let's get out of this, KB.
World Cup played in Sri Lanka.
Nice and tight, boys. Finish the over.
14 teams vying for their honours. And that hit up Ashley. Oh, he couldn't make it there. Lucky.
Great effort, CC.
That was a great effort there.
Lobbed into the air. Always worth a try.
So 31 gone. It's 132 for 6 UAE after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. So 132 for 6. We're in the 32nd over of this innings. Remember, this is a 45 over game. This IMC Over-50 World Cup cricket tournament played in Sri Lanka for the first time. 100% certain most of the teams are enjoying the facilities given to them.
The biggest challenge would be the sun for most of the teams.
Yes, definitely teams like New Zealand, Australia, even England might find it pretty difficult. And that one played nicely between cover and extra. That's gone into the boundary. So 4 more runs, taking the score up to 137.
On the back foot, that was hit hard. Straight for 4.
This is Adil Somani, the captain. Right arm leg spin, tossing it up well. Inviting the batsman to come down the wicket to meet him. Just inside the field, there is a short third man cover point, extra cover, wideish mid-off, and there is a sweeper cover right on the boundary and a deep mid-off right on the boundary. So that's the offside field. And on the onside, there is a deep square leg and a deep mid-on. So you see the leg side, Asanka, towards the short square leg. No fielder there. You got to place that ball there and get a couple of runs there. Huge opening there. That's a wild swing. Didn't get hold of it. Goes down towards third man. They get a single. Taking the score to 138.
There's a bit of a spin for these bowlers in the latter part of the inning.
That's nicely played. Lifted over the mid-off fielder. That's wide of the deep mid-off, and that's gone into the boundary for 4. 4 more runs. So taking the score to 142 for 6 after 32 overs.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Easy, 1 over.
142 for 6, UAE.
Yes, Warren Scott is the bowler. Bowling right arm over the wicket. Just trying to push it through. Sashindaran is on 11 and Ahmed is on 6. 142 for 6 after 32. Now we're in the 33rd over. That's a quicker delivery, firmly hit straight down towards deep mid-off. Just a single.
Paul, you spent a lot of time in the UAE. Tell us about the cricket system and how they are coming to cricket, how they start, and how they find the players.
Yeah, actually there are a lot of Sri Lankans, Indians, Pakistanis. They are the main people who used to play cricket there. Sri Lankans had a very good club, Lanka Lions Sports Club. And as a Sri Lankan, I was very proud. Played for Lanka Lions, was a manager of the Lanka Lions. And we won a couple of good trophies there. And in 1996 was a peak time for UAE cricket, I would say. But later on they developed good grounds. Earlier we used to play on sandy grounds with matting wickets. I mean, you get cement wickets basically. And then we spent a lot of money in developing the grounds. Now we have some beautiful grounds, beautiful stadiums in UAE. Well, all credit should go to Abdul Rahman Bakata, the man who was really behind it. Formed the CBFS and brought a lot of interest into cricket into the UAE. I see a couple of spectators, New Zealanders, flying all the way from New Zealand to support their team. They have a very good team. The practice game, they beat Australia the other day at Coast Cricket Club grounds. And that is the end of the 33rd over. It's 144 for 6.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Knees and stuff getting older.
144 for 6 UAE.
Hey, Costa.
Yes, that's after 33 overs. Shashidaran on 12, Ahmed on 7.
That's leg stump, correct.
There is a bowling change. There's Somani taking himself off. So it's looks like Darren Sears. Yes, Darren Sears been brought in.
Left arm round, coming straight.
To ball from the pavilion end of the MCA Cricket Grounds here in Sri Lanka. So definitely going to have some very good cricket up to 23rd of February, where the final will be played at the R. Premadasa Stadium.
Play.
A lot of hard work done by the organising committee. Well, of course, we have some good cricketers there. Played a lot of cricket. Players like Senarat Sinivaratna, captain St. Peter's College. Prasanna Kari was from captain Royal College. Shin Fernando played for Single Sports Club. Wonderful cricketers, all those are. There's a couple of them. There'll be plenty of more. So the New Zealand team will be playing at Pujita Udwana grounds tomorrow. So Pujita Udwana, a professional cricketer, is part of the Sri Lankan team in this over-50s cricket tournament. A lot of sponsorship at the opening ceremony yesterday. So 144 for 6 UAE in the 34th over of the innings. That's a tossed-up delivery, driven firmly this time. Goes down towards deep mid-off. Just a single. Well, the way things are, just 12 overs remaining, Asanka. I'm sure UAE must be aiming at a target of around 180, 190.
At the toss, their captain Rafaela said he was targeting 300, but as for now, won't be that easy with the amount of wickets they have. Just the 4 wickets.
It's definitely, they started off well. That's another appeal for an LPW. But umpire Susanta Dasnaik says no. So that's the end of that over. So it's 34 gone. It's 145 for 6.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Side.
After 34 overs, 145 for 6 UAE.
Spinner? Sorry? Spinner? Oh, no.
Ben Homan introduced to the attack.
Little mysteries.
Yes, another bowling change. That's from the scoreboard end. bin Human been called in, bowling the 35th over of the innings. That's a good delivery, a toss-top delivery. There was a bit of a turn.
Well done, mate.
Very close.
Well bowled. Good start, Benny.
Was in the air for
really
a while.
Good start, Ben.
I think the UAE batters at this stage should think of batting the 45 overs, get much as possible runs. It's already 6 down. They need to build up a good partnership if they want to come back into the game. Didn't carry to the bowler. Again another toss-up delivery. Wicket keeper misses it, a single taken. It's a bye signal. Takes the score on to 146. UAE winning the toss and deciding to bat first, 146 for 6. We're in the 35th over of the innings. With 10 overs remaining after this over. Just makes 4 more wickets intact. They got to think of consolidating, get about 180, 190. But definitely New Zealand has the batting strength to get that target. We've got to wait and see how the UAE bowlers will perform.
They might have a few bowlers who will perform, but they might need a good score on the board to do that. Oh, gone. That's the 7th wicket down for the UAE. First wicket for Oman.
You see the replay of that. Nowhere they are, just trying to swing it away. Missed it completely. So 147 for 7 now. 3 more wickets remaining. 10 overs to go after this. Just a couple of deliveries more to make it 35. So that's Ahmed that is walking back.
Mama Gajaman.
So we're playing this encounter in this wonderful looking MCA Cricket Grounds. Mercantile Cricket Association. The membership consists of about 150 corporate organizations. They organize a lot of matches during the season, about 500 every year. Organizing matches from Mercantile A Division to G Division. And almost every final is played in this ground. It's a beautiful looking grounds. Hats off to the groundsman, who's doing a wonderful job. The wicket looks very good, Asanka, although UAE batters have lost their way. Plenty of runs in it.
Oh, nice, mate.
It's again tossed up and driven, this time straight down towards the deep mid-off. Just a single. Takes us going to 148. So that's the end of that over. 4:35 gone. It's 148 for 7 UAE after winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So UAE continuing on 149 for 7. The 36th over. It's Darren Sears again. 47th over. Is that another run out? Brilliant piece of work fielding by the New Zealand close-in fielder. Quick pick-up and a quick release.
Now that looked really close, Adil. It'll be interesting to see if we can get a replay on that. Here it is. Went for that quick single. I got the bat down right on time, I think.
That's another close call, not given. Laxisi, is this over 50s cricket? That fielding effort didn't look like over 50s.
Exactly, Adil. I mean, throughout the day, it's really great to see these athletes. We can say they are still athletes. They're giving their absolute best out there in the middle. Even when it comes to prime between the wickets as well, the UAE players, they have been really good. They have been really proactive. So it's really great to see such good competitive cricket in this over 50s cricket arena. And you'll be able to see a lot of this over 50s action in the upcoming days on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare. So make sure you stay tuned. There are 5 other games taking place today as well. There'll be 6 more games tomorrow. So I'm quite sure the action will only improve as the tournament goes on, Adil.
Definitely. Still warming up. Plenty of cricket all around Colombo. If you're in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, there's plenty of action for you to watch. And if you can't make it to the stadium, we've got you covered on the Papare.com, the Papare TV now.
Yeah, such a great journey it has been, right? When Adil was actually working as a full-time member of the Papare. It was the Papare.com, then came the Papare TV. Now Sri Lanka's first ever sports channel network. So that's the end of the 36th over. 150 for 7 UAE.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
So Sasidaran is on 15 of 29.
Oh, well bowled. Easy, Arnold.
On the offside, straight to the field. Now they were 101 for 2 UAE after 20 overs, but in the last 16 overs, New Zealand they have made a grand comeback into this game. Just 49 runs they have given away, and they have managed to take 5 wickets.
Yeah. That's wicket number 8. Ben Homan with his second wicket in just his second over. 2 for 3 in 1.1. Great figures. And again, UAE, losing the set batsman, Sasidaran, dragging it on from outside off.
The whole complexion of this game changed rapidly as the UAE late middle order, we can say, and the tail enders, they have not been able to cope up with this New Zealand bowling attack. Sasidaran, the set batter, he departs for 15 of 30. 150 for 8 after 36.2 overs UAE.
It was Rehan Khan who got just dismissed for 9 runs. Sasidaran was already dismissed, but still a great loss for UAE at this point of the game. Rehan Ahmed was the set batter out of the 2 in the middle, having faced 15 deliveries. Ben Homan once again with the strike for New Zealand. He did take the wicket of Sasidaran as well in his previous over. So UAE in deep trouble, 150 for 8. We were speaking about a total of 250 and then it came down to 200. Now I think they are in much deeper trouble. What sort of a total should UAE target now, Laxisi, given that they have just only 2 wickets left?
Yeah, I think they should try to bat out the 45 overs, obviously, Adil, and maybe 180 at least. Try to get to 180 to give their bowlers a fighting chance. Because this New Zealand batting, it's really, really strong, Adil. So they'll need at least 180, in my opinion, to at least give some sort of a fight.
Yeah, and the wicket doesn't look tough to bat either. It's a very good wicket to bat on. No big demons. Yes, there was a bit of turn for the spinners, but apart from that, it's a wicket where you would back yourselves to chase down 180 any day. That time the batter found the gap, but still not enough power to find the fence. And that's another wicket. Very poor running from UAE. He had ample time to scramble through, but in his second run, just found him short. Easy work for the New Zealand wicketkeeper.
I think it's just falling apart for UAE quite quickly out there in the middle. These runouts, 3 runouts in the last few overs, have cost them quite a lot in this game.
Some easy work for the New Zealand fielders. That was actually the bowler, not the wicketkeeper, who had just to collect the ball and remove the bails. That's wicket number 9 for UAE. In very deep trouble now.
Mama Gajaman.
Shahab, the new batter. And talking about the UAE team, we just got to know. We unfortunately didn't know that fact when he was batting out there in the middle. Vijay Mehra, who batted at number 4, was actually part of the UAE team that played in the 1996 World Cup.
It's quite an achievement. So like we know, UAE, most of these players are expats who came to the UAE for work, but still, had the passion for cricket, then found time to keep them occupied with the game, practice, and making it to a World Cup squad is no joke. And then still to continue playing and even represent UAE in the Over-50s World Cup. How many years after? 29 years after representing UAE in a World Cup is a great achievement. Yeah, let's talk more about that in the next over. That's the 37th over, UAE 152 for 9.
Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Don't waste it then. Tighten up on the off. Do you want to tighten up off?
Shahabuddin and Kumar, the two batters out there in the middle for UAE, the last pair. 8 more overs to go.
Coming over.
Sears back into the attack. Look at those figures. 7 overs, 1 for 15. Economy just over 2. I mean, Sears played a huge part to contain this UAE batting lineup when they were going really, really well. And that's it, Daniel. That's it, Sears. He cleans up the last wicket. 152 all out, UAE. The last few wickets, they just crumbled quite quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, like a pack of cards. So they were really going well. As you said, Laxis, they were on 120 for 2 in about the 20th over, 100 for 2 in the 20th over, and then here they are finding themselves all out for just 152 runs in the 38th over. As you said, the spinners started to put the brakes. Started with Vishal Dubey, the left arm spinner. He picked up 2 quick wickets, and then Darren Sears continued to maintain the pressure on the UAE batters with his left arm spin. So he picked up 2 wickets, and the captain Adil Somani also chipped in with a few cheap overs, while the pacers kept on the pressure from the other end. So Great bowling effort by the New Zealanders in just their first game of the tournament, and this is the opening day of this Over-50s World Cup here in Colombo. This is the batting card of UAE. The skipper got off to a really good start. 27 was cleaned up by Vishal Dubey. Amjad Khan, the other opener, was the top scorer for UAE with 46 runs, anchoring the UAE inning for the longest period of time. But since his dismissal, it was all shambles for UAE. Mera, the UAE World Cup representative from 1996, scored 17. Rizvi chipped in with 14. Sasidaran chipped in with 15. But it has not been a great outing for the rest of the batters, while the New Zealanders put on a great show both with the ball and on the field with some great with a great display of fielding. So in bowling for them, Vishal Dubey and Darren Sears contributed with 2 wickets each. Ben Homan, who bowled just 2 overs, picked up 2 wickets in both his overs. Apart from that, Grant and Kelvin Scott, the 2 pacers, picked up 1 wicket each. Murphy, who opened the bowling, was good. He had found some shape as well, but wasn't fortunate enough to pick up any wickets. And then the skipper, Adil Somani, also contributing with 4 overs. So all in all, a great effort, a great bowling effort by the New Zealand unit. So we've got the highlight package of the UAE innings. As I said, the skipper opened the batting along with Amjad Khan. Rafiullah scored 27. So they started off with some glorious looking shots over the infield. They kept going for a while until the spinners were introduced. Rafiullah in particular was very strong with his lofted shots. Was very good using his wrist as well. Scored 5 boundaries and 1 6 in his stay of 27 deliveries, where he scored 27 runs. Amjad Khan got going as well. Started a bit slowly, but slowly picked up the pace. And this is when the spinners were introduced. Vishal Dubey picked up Rafiullah in his first over. Then Seen Ranjan came in, hit a 6, and then was dismissed for a flighted delivery of Vishal Dubey. And then Vijay Mehra joined Amjad Khan to add on, to put up a really good partnership at that point of time. This was when Murphy was bowling so well. But then Darren Sears came into the attack and started to pick up wickets. This was Vijay Mehra's dismissal, and then Darren Sears with his first wicket. And then from this point onwards, it was really hard going for UAE. They were put under pressure from both ends. Some brilliant fielding. This was one instance of that direct hit where he had just one stump to aim at. UAE kept pushing, couldn't really get going like they were going in the initial parts. So this is Ben Homan with 2 wickets in just 2 overs, and one more run out as well. This was clearly poor running from UAE's end. Easy work for New Zealand. And then finally, just after this run out, Darren Sears hit the final nail on the box to dismiss UAE for 152 runs. So New Zealand will be back for their run chase, requiring just 153 runs in 45 overs. Not a daunting task by the looks of it, but you never know. Let's wait and see how the New Zealand run chase unfolds here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds in Colombo. And stay tuned with the Papare for the action of the second phase of this game. We'll be back in a short while.
Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Uduvana Sports Academy. Pujita Uduvana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need one person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at PUSA Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is PUSA Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit PUSA Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years. Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Mama Gajaman.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years. Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Mama Gajaman.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
Welcome back to the Mercantile Cricket Association ground, Colombo. We are here to witness the New Zealand reply to the UAE 152. Now New Zealand chasing a target of 153.
Yes, the final score being 152 on the board for the UAE.
the highest score by a batsman for the UAE was Amjad with 46, unable to get to the half century. He was very, very close. And then the rest of the team wasn't able to quite follow suit, the next highest score being only 27. So as you can see on the screen, the batting order kind of collapsed towards the last bit of the game. That was a very, very, sudden run out that I don't think the UAE team expected. And after that, they never really got back their groove, which brought them to only 152. Kind of the predictions that we had for this match all kind of fell apart, because I predicted 200. My other co-commentators predicted like 250. But for New Zealand's defense, they've had an amazing bowling attack with 2 wickets going to Dubey, Sears and Homan, and 1 wicket for Grant and Scotch.
Just the 11 extras. That was a highlight from the UAE inning.
Just look at wickets 7, 8, 9, 10. Look at the trajectory in which they fell at 7 at 147, 8 at 150, 9 at 151, and 10 at 152. So 4 people went out in just a matter of 5 runs. So I think that's probably going to be the most, that's going to affect UAE's game the most, that last bit.
New Zealand were able to come back to the game at the last half.
Right now, the New Zealand team is gearing up to take on this score. The score is very well within reach for the New Zealand team, who have a very strong batting lineup as well. But we'll just have to see how well the bowling attack is for UAE, and if they're able to restrict New Zealand as much as they possibly can to defend this relatively low total.
Strong batting lineup they have, New Zealand. These are the UAE players. They have a huge task ahead of them. They got to defend 152 to win this match in the first day of IMC Over-50 World Cup 2025. Sajani, New Zealand spinners, they are the ones who brought their team back into the game.
Yes, 100%. And also you have to give credit to the fielders, because there were a couple of run-outs as well, and I feel like we mentioned, that one run-out that came all of a sudden, the UAE batsman did not expect it, because he was just casually walking through the strike, so he didn't really see it coming. So I think the quick thinking on the part of the New Zealand fielders also played a very decisive role in this game so far.
So the Arab Emirates, they also will have to follow what New Zealand fielders led by example. They are still waiting New Zealand batters to come out after lunch. This is what the Papare team is covering today. 4 matches taking place at the same time. England versus Zimbabwe, New Zealand versus UAE. That's where we are. That's about 6 matches live on the Papare.
So there are definitely 6 completely different things going on right now, so you can tune into any one of those.
New Zealand supporting staff. This is Grant.
We
He
saw
also
him.
bowled well. Yeah.
He bowled really well. So he's kind of done his job.
A sunny day. In the morning it didn't see as much for the bowlers, but UAE batters didn't respond well. These are the pools. 14 teams taking part in this year's World Cup. Pool A, England, New Zealand, USA, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, UAE, Namibia, and Pool B, South Africa, Pakistan, Australia, West Indies, India, Wales, and Canada. Which is strong, Sajani? What do you think?
Which side is stronger? That's yet to be determined. There are different matches, as we mentioned, going on all over Colombo. So for anyone tuned into multiple matches, maybe from the way that they're playing, you can probably have an idea on how good the teams are so far. But just watching this match right here, it's kind of hard to tell, given the fact that we haven't seen anyone else play.
We are still waiting for the New Zealand batters to come out and chase down their target of 153. A slight delay by the batsman. Are they allowed to do that? They're on the field and they're waiting eagerly, just like us, to showcase their talent.
Final moments of the warm-up. And we'll head into a commercial break right now and see you on the other side with the match.
over වල වැඩිම ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය තාම මගේ රෙකෝඩ් එකේ තියෙන ලංකාවේ. අපි ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් වලට ගැහුවා, ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්දියාවට ගැහුවා, සවුත් අප්‍රිකා ගැහුවා, බංග්ලාදේශ්, පාකිස්තාන් ඒ ඔක්කොටම ගහලා අපි නම්බර් 5 වුණා ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ. අර අපි මැච් එකේ වුණත් යන්නේ හරියටම කිව්වොත් අර ආමි ටීම් එකක් වගේ මරාගෙන මැරෙන්න. මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩාක් අපේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ගොඩාක් ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එක ෆෝකස් කරනවා නම් මීට වැඩිය ලොකු ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් එකක් තියෙයි කියලා. දැන් මම මගේ කෝස් එක කරේත් මම වෙන කන්ට්‍රි එක ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව වල. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අරගෙන තමයි මම ඇත්තටම ක්වොලිෆයි ට්‍රේනර් කෙනෙක් කෝච් කෙනෙක් විදිහට මම එළියට ආවේ. අපි කියමුකෝ ડિප්‍රෙෂන් තියෙන ළමයෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. හැබැයි අර හොඳ කෙනා විදිහට ඒ ළමයි ට්‍රීට් කළා වැඩක් නැහැ. අරයාව වෙනස්. එතකොට එයාව බලන්න ඕනේ වෙනම කෝණකින්. අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් නොකර මැච් එකක් ගහන්න පුළුවන් අය ඉන්න. හැබැයි ඒ සිටුේෂන් එකේ මැච් එක දිනන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා හිතන්න කට්ටිය අඩුයි. එයාගේ මනස හොඳට දියුණු වෙලා නම් එයා ස්ට්‍රෝං නම් ස්පෙෂලි මනසින් ඕන දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත්.
ආයුබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කාන්තා ක්‍රිකට් ලෝකේ යම්කිසි මට්ටමකට උඩින් තියෙන වෙලාවක ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු තුන්නිරයව් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක්, හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නයක්, වේග පන්දු යවන්නයක්. ඒ වගේම දැන් ඔබට මම තව දෙයක් මතක් කරොත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම එංගලන්තය, දකුණු අප්‍රිකාව, ඉන්දියාව පරාජය කරපු යුගයක් කාන්තා කණ්ඩායම. ඉතින් මේ හැම දෙයකටම දායක වෙච්ච ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් තමයි අද නොදුටු මිනිසා තුලින් ඔබට හඳුන්වලා දෙන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ සහ ඇගේ ජීවිතේ නොදුටු පැත්ත ගැන කතා කරන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. ඉතින් අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ ශ්‍රීපාලි විරක්කොඩිය. අයිබන් ශ්‍රීපාලි.
අයිබන්.
මේ දවස්වල ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මේ ෆිට්නස් එක්කනේ ඔයා බැඳිලා ඉන්නේ. ඒ ගැන චුට්ටක් කියාගෙන මේ වර්තමානයේ ගැන චුට්ටක් මතක් කරගෙන අපි ඔයාගේ අතීතය ගැන කතා කරන්න යමු.
ඔව් මේ දවස්වල මම ගොඩක්ම ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එකේ තමයි ඉන්නේ. ෆිට්නස් කෝච් කෙනෙක් විදිහට වැඩ කටයුතු කරගෙන යනවා.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒකත් ඉතාම හොඳයි මේ කතා බහ නොවන දෙයක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිපුර. ඒ හැම දෙයකම පටන් ගත්ත තැන් කොහොමද හැදුනේ කියලා අපි කතා කරන්න සූදානම්. මේ හැම දෙයකම මුල හැදෙන්නේ නුවරින්, මහනුවරින්. ඉතින් මටත් යම්කි සම්බන්ධකමක් තියෙන හින්දා ගොඩක් සතුටින් අහන්න පුළුවන්. මහනුවර ජීවිතේ මොන වගේද කියලා, කොහොමද පෞලි තත්ත්වය, කොහොමද ජීවිතය ආරම්භ කරේ, පොඩි කාලේ මොන වගේ ළමෙක්ද කියන දේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු.
ඇත්තටම පොඩි කාලේ මම ටිකක් දඟ චරිතයක්. ඒ වගේම මම ගොඩාක්ම පොඩි කාලේ මම ස්පෝර්ට්ස් සයිඩ් එකේ තමයි හිටියේ. මුලින්ම කිව්වොත් මම ස්පෝර්ට්ස් වලට ආවේ උසපරිණ ක්‍රීඩාවෙන්. එතෙන්දී මම පාසලේ නම්බර් 1 වෙලා ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් මගේ පාසල ගත්තොත් ගුරුදෙනිය මහාවිද්‍යාලය මහනුවර. ඒකේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඇත්තටම තිබ්බා. මොකද අපි ඒ දවස්වල අපේ අක්කිලා මහාවිලි ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලින්. ඉතින් මම ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත් 7 වසර වගේ ඒ දවස්වල මම 7 වසර අක්කිලා සෙල්ලම් කරනවා මම බලාගෙන ඉන්නවා. මොකද මම ගෙදරදී අයියලත් එක්ක මම ක්‍රිකට් ප්ලේ කරනවා. ඉතින් මම දන්නවා මට ක්‍රිකට් ප්ලේ කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් මම ආසාවෙන් අක්කිලා මොකද මම පොඩිනේ ඒක නිසා මම ටීම් එකට ගන්නෙ නැහැ. හැබැයි මට එයාලටත් වඩා හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද මම
Welcome back to the live action from the Mercantile Association Ground, Colombo.
Yes, we are here with the New Zealand versus United Arab Emirates match, the second half of this innings, with the UAE putting up a total of 152 on the board, which New Zealand now have to, I feel like it's a very attainable target, especially on this pitch, on this ground. And the UAE have their work cut out for them. There's quite a lot to, a lot for them to work on to make sure that New Zealand isn't able to score this.
UAE captain Safiullah might be feeling that he's short of runs. In the morning he predicted about 300. To get on this pitch. Now the New Zealand openers are out and the umpires are out, and we are ready to start the second innings. Of New Zealand versus UAE. They are starting off with spin. That's interesting, Sajani. They are not starting with a pace.
I guess they're trying to make the most of the pitch before it starts, because I feel like they're going to be trying everything that they possibly can to restrict the opening batsman to having a good start, because if they have a good start, it's going to demotivate the rest of the team.
इधर से रन रुक जाएगा ना, सिंगल तो रन नहीं होगा फिर, समझा? शाबाश। शाबाश, सिंगल पे आना है, पीछे बल प्लेयर है तो आपके, शाबाश।
First ball. Full toss by a spinner. That's a rare scene in cricket, but manages to stop the single.
हाँ, वेल बोल्ड, क्या बात है, कमान सब, सबको खेलना है, सब ताली बजाएंगे, सब शोर करेंगे, शाबाश। चलो, well done, विजय, ऐसी बैटिंग करनी है।
No run there.
Good start for the UAE.
नहीं, सही है। अच्छा गेंद कर रहा है, शाबाश। ओए।
Totally beaten. That's John Gary opening the innings for New Zealand. Tries to late cut. A full toss. That's the first boundary.
I think the bowler really handed that one to the batsman by putting it directly in a level that he could sweep it towards the boundary line. Look at how high that ball goes, and of course the batsman makes no mistake, bringing the first boundary of the innings for New Zealand.
That was off Gary's bat. He's on 4. End of the first over. 4 runs for no loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Booster Leisure Private Limited. Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
We are back with the second over of this game. This innings.
This is the left-hand batsman from the New Zealand. That's Andrew Ho. Good to have a right-hander and a left-hander as your openers. Always makes it hard for the bowlers to get their targets right. Left arm medium pace. Bowling very slow, and rightly so. On this pitch, it doesn't seem like offering a lot of pace for the batsmen to go for their shots. Bowling very slow. Now the wicket keeper is up at the stumps and limiting the batsman's feet from getting out of the crease. Those are the first runs for Andrew Ho.
With balls like that, it's very difficult to find pace to kind of drive that ball towards the boundary, which is a good tactic for the UAE to, kind of restrict the New Zealand batsmen, especially in these very critical opening overs.
That's what most of the bowlers follow when they bowl at the subcontinent. Slow pitches like this. You reduce pace and you limit the batsman from, like you said, from their chances to go for the drives, to play on the front foot. Kulkarni is the bowler. A little bit of swing, but it's a wide.
Not a bad opening over for Kulkarni.
Had that gone to the target, it would have been a difficult challenge for the batsman. Not easy to play when the ball comes into you. Again goes on the back foot and manages to push it, but no runs. New Zealand need another 147 runs to win. They've got enough space, enough balls. Oh, lazy. Fielders need to back up their bowlers. We saw when New Zealand bowlers were bowling, their fielders backed them up. They went everywhere.
Like we mentioned, the fielders were a massive part of the batting collapse with that run out, double run out actually. So the UAE will really need to tighten their fielding if they are to stand a chance of coming back into this game.
Right on target, Kulkarni ends the over in style. That's 2 gone, 8 for no loss.
It is back to Papare bowling his second over. Not a bad first over for him. He only conceded that boundary.
इसको देख इधर करना है, इस तरफ गेंद करना है इसको. हाँ शाबाश. वो है ना.
Getting his fielders on the right places. You've got all the time in the world to do that.
Well bowled, very well bowled. यही करना, यही करता रहना जब तक मारे नहीं, जब यही करना गेंद. शाबाश. थोड़ा सा भारा ना.
The challenge to the spinners is to stay on this target
विजय भाई से स्टार्ट पे आना.
over and over again. Keep bowling there.
शाबाश शाबाश शाबाश.
That's 1 down to long on.
बॉल पकड़ बॉल. राइटी राइटी. Viju, quick!
Don't you think at this point in time the UAE had a little bit more runs on the board when it came to the opening 3 overs?
शाबाश यार फील्डिंग. ठीक है शाबाश.
A misfield and conceded 1 run.
इसको आउट कर यार.
Yes, again. Please come again.
Don't you think at this point of the game, when it came to the UAE batsmen, that they had a little bit more on the board when it came to the first 3 overs?
Of course, their start was aggressive. Mostly Rafiullah. Again a full toss.
This time he didn't quite pick it up.
Try to take the gap between extra cover and cover. And wasn't managed to do so. UAE started off well, actually, but after the first 2 wickets fell, they lost their way. A big appeal.
It didn't seem to seem a little bit wide off the wicket.
But always good to do your appealing to break the concentration of the batsman. That's what he did, I thought. These are experienced cricketers. They know what they're doing. Again, on his target. And he's wearing 99.
Yeah.
That's
significant number for Sri Lankans.
Of course.
That brings us to the end of the 3rd over, 11 for no wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
Kulkarni is back with his slow medium. Did a good job in his first over. Just conceded 4 runs.
That was a bad first delivery. Conceding a wide.
Just as I was praising him. That's commentator's curse.
I think because of the low total on the board, New Zealand has felt like they don't really need to be that aggressive in these first opening overs because they have all the time to pick it up. So there is no rush, there is no stress upon them too much.
A lot of overs to go. These are 45 over matches. 42 overs ahead. So they've got all the time in the world. But what they have to keep in mind is wickets can change a game at any time, just like the UAE team faced.
If you take a look at the screen, you can see that the current run rate is well over that what it's supposed to be. So even at the initial stages of the game, that's pretty on par to achieving this total.
$139 more runs to win in 250 balls. That's a lot of balls right there. Andrew Hoare on 4. Drives and gets the gap.
Very strong shot there, racing away to the boundary for 4.
Always good to see a left-hander driving.
Very well timed on his part, just escaping the fielder.
But the fielder could have done better.
I feel like the UAE fielding has to be much tighter, especially at the opening stages of the game, because it might be too late because there aren't a lot of runs to defend.
Umpire says no wide. But it's very close, Sajani. Again drives. And again gets the gap.
However, this time the fielder is able to stop the ball, kind of restricting them to only 2.
These 1s and 2s will be hurting more. For the opposition. Goes leg side and goes for 4.
That brings us to the end of the 4th over. 24 runs on the board for naught.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Parvakatar is back. For his 3rd over, the 5th in this inning. New Zealand 24 for no loss. This time Gary drives through to the long off.
Straight to the fielder this time, but still a good start for the batsman for this over.
UAE have to do something to get these wickets, to break this partnership slowly. And without much noise, it's getting taller.
Good partnership so far, 25 runs off 25 balls. If this opening partnership, continues on, I feel like it'll be very, very difficult for the UAE to bounce back. They need a wicket, and they need a wicket fast.
No bounce that time. Andrew expected it to be bouncing more. Tries to pull, but not the right ball. No bounce. Since morning we didn't see much bounce on this pitch, Sajani.
I don't think much has changed. That seemed to have been a very, very close call. Did that seem out to you?
That was so close. Let's see the
very,
replay.
very close.
Oh, very lucky to stay there.
Yeah. That may have been the break UAE needed. Very, very lucky escape there. That ball inches away towards the boundary, but Bill stopped him before.
Ran 3.
Oh, wow.
They're over the 50s.
That's very, very impressive.
This New Zealand team, they look so
relaxed
and they look athletic.
Yeah. They seem to just, be cruising at this stage in the game. They're hitting their singles and then they run between the wickets very, very fast. Seems to be a good game for them so far because 5 overs in, it is 29 for naught. Very good start for them.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So New Zealand 29 for no loss after 5 overs. A very good start, a decent start by the New Zealand opening duo. Just 124 runs away now in 40 overs. Required rate just 3.10 at the moment.
Yeah, a very good start for New Zealand, chasing just 153, 29 in 5 overs. New bowler Biju Kumar straight away gets a wicket, and that's Gary, who had scored 10 of 15. That went straight on with the arm, no turn whatsoever. Gary, not sure what he was thinking, but he just left it, no bat at all. Have a look at it once again. It's dead straight. Slightly could be missing, but the umpire had judged it as out, so he has to go.
Yeah, probably clipping the off stump, Adil. He didn't offer a stroke. I think that's why the decision was made by the umpire. John Gary departs for 10. New Zealand 29 for 1.
Much needed breakthrough for UAE, defending a low total here at the MCA Grounds in Colombo. After a decent start for New Zealand, in the 6th over, new bowler Biju Kumar striking with his very first delivery. And in comes the new batsman, Frew, who is also a right-hander, so a right-hander replacing another right-hander.
Now New Zealand just they need to make sure that they don't give away the steady start that they managed to get. It's not a big total that they have to chase down. It's a below par total, and just have to make sure that they don't mess things up here. Just bat in the same manner that they did in the first 5 overs, and this should be an easy job for them. But for UAE, it's all about trying to take wickets here. I don't think they'll be able to bowl out the 45 overs by any chance. It's all about getting 9 more good deliveries out there and trying to bowl New Zealand out before they get to 153.
Definitely, and even if you look at the current run rate and the required run rate, it's not a hard task for New Zealand. Once again finds the edge this time. No fielder to stop it, and he gets off the mark in his very first delivery. Not the way he would have liked to get off the mark, but still a boundary nonetheless.
Yeah, not the most convincing way, as you mentioned, Adil, but a few, he'll take it. Biju Kumar finding the outside edge of Frew. No slip. Against a new batter, we see most of the time teams bring in that first slip, especially when a spinner is bowling.
And when he has picked up a wicket in his very first delivery. But that was not the case for Biju Kumar. Probably would have been a bit frustrated with that, but still sticking to his tight line. 3 balls, all have been on the same line, very tight. Second delivery was unfortunate. Now it's a left-hander facing Biju Kumar. So probably he'll have a different plan. And Ho has been scoring at a quite good rate, 17 in just 15 balls. Still continues to bowl over the wicket. No change of angle from Biju Kumar for the left-hander.
4 so far. Now that's not a good delivery from Biju Kumar. Flicked away quite easily, and that's a misfield. Probably there was some uneven bounce, maybe, just maybe, when the ball got to him. It'll be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that effort. Yep, here it is. Flicked away by Ho.
Not the best of the efforts. He did a great job to get to the ball, but just couldn't finish the job by collecting. So Ho has looked really good, really fluent as well. Looks in good shape as well when he's playing his strokes. We'll talk more about that in the next over. New Zealand 38 for the loss of 1 wicket after 6 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
So although they lost that first wicket, it was slightly expensive, that first over from Biju Kumar. 9 runs given away. Now Parul Akhtar to bowl his 4th over. 3 overs, none for 12.
So Parul Akhtar is the super sub for UAE, the 12th man we could say. So just for our information, for our viewers' information, each team in this tournament fields 12 players for a game. So only 11 of them get to bat anyway. But the 12th player, he can field and he can bowl. So more of a super sub concept or an impact sub concept, if you could say, if you are a IPL fan. But yeah, so Parul Akhtar has done a decent job so far. He's giving away 13 runs. Bit tight as well.
Ho on 21 of 18. Left-handed batter. As Adil mentioned, he looks to be in fine touch, looks to be in fine shape when he plays his strokes. Very good player, especially on the leg side. We saw how good he flicks the ball away. Very solid in his defense as well, Ho.
He's still got very strong wrists. Now 2 right arm off spinners operating from both ends. Not the most preferred type of bowler for a left-hander. That looks straight, but the umpire thinks it's missing leg stump. So Ho escapes on that occasion. I will look at it once again. Quite straight, no turn much. Yeah, probably missing leg stump. There was a confident appeal from the bowler.
Yeah, not a bad over by Parvakhtar so far. Just 2 singles off it. I'm just 113 runs away now. UAE, I believe they need to get their best bowlers out there. Try to get a couple of more wickets in the next 5 overs at least. Because if they do let another partnership to get to at least that 40-45 run mark, then they don't have enough runs on the board to defend. So it's all about trying to make sure they take wickets at regular intervals, and they need to make sure that they don't let any of these batters to settle down. They need to keep them guessing. But still, I don't think that they're attacking enough, especially against the new batter. Against Frew, we saw how Biju Kumar found the outside edge in that previous over. There was no first slip there. And even in this over, even after that incident, they're still going without putting him under any sort of pressure. No fielders around the wicket at all. So the single, it's always there for the New Zealand batters at the moment. 7 overs done, 41 for 1 New Zealand.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Biju Kumar will continue. It was a mixed over, his first over. He picked up a wicket in his very first ball, but then ended up giving 2 more boundaries. Yes, one was off an outside edge, bit unlucky. But still, at this stage, UAE would be expecting much more tighter overs from Biju Kumar. But this is, I think there is a change of bowling. Is it still Biju Kumar? Yeah, I think it's Biju Kumar, but his shirt says Nair, probably a part of his name.
And most of these players, they have played their first class cricket or club cricket in India or Pakistan. Most of these players representing UAE. And as we mentioned earlier, Vijay Mehra, who represented UAE in the 1996 World Cup, still representing the country even after 29 years at a World Cup. Now, we are seeing a lot of the 1996 World Cup heroes in action these days. We saw the likes of Aravinda De Silva, Ramesh Kaludar, Namutha Amulidharan in action yesterday.
Upul Chandana is part of the Sri Lanka Over-50s squad for this very World Cup. So yeah, a lot of them in action.
Another name that you will most probably recognize as the tournament goes on is Praveen Tambe, playing for India. Played for Rajasthan Royals. He made waves in the IPL, I think around 7-8 years ago, I believe, or a decade ago, I think. He was around 38 when he made his mark at the IPL level. And that actually inspired him to go on to make his first class debut as well later on. I think it was 38 or 39 when he made his first class debut after his IPL heroics. So he'll be in action. And there's Tyrone Henderson as well from South Africa. He played at the IPL too. He's sort of a domestic legend, someone who played a lot of T20 cricket in England. Vitality Blast legend. He is Henderson, played for Rajasthan Royals as well. So yeah, a lot of notable names here as well.
Yeah, talking about domestic legends, our very own Sajid Fernando, who just scored a 50, I think, he's playing for USA Over-50s in this edition of this World Cup. Yeah, like you said, he has scored tons of runs for Sri Lanka, in Sri Lanka domestic cricket, playing for different clubs. Now settled in the USA. Yes. I think part of cricket administration as well over there.
Exactly, he's doing quite a big job in USA, trying to get the right structures in, trying to lay the foundation in USA, because we saw how good USA were during that World Cup. They qualified for Super 8s as well, and they managed to beat Pakistan, I think, in the tournament to qualify.
Made it to the Super 8s. Even Sri Lanka couldn't. So yeah, 4 runs in that over for New Zealand. Score moves on to 45 after 8 overs with the loss of just 1 wicket. So Parvaktar will continue from the CIS end for UAE. So they're still in search for more wickets. Still just 1 wicket for them. New Zealand cruising towards the target. 45 in 8 overs. Yes, dot balls will build pressure. They have to be very consistent and also make sure they pick up wickets very, very regularly.
Yeah, exactly, Adil. I think even the dot balls, because they don't have enough runs on the board. Once again, we talked about how they are not attacking enough. No, not enough fielders around the batter. And this one found the outside edge once again, and it will go down to the boundary.
That would have been a very comfortable catch for either first slip or second slip. Let's have a look at it once again. Yes, Laksisi, just as you said, not attacking enough UAE, even at this point when I think taking wickets is the only way for them to win this game.
Good bowling, Ambe. Well bowled. Shabash.
It was a full toss. Luckily, didn't put it away. And Laksisi, did you notice the run-up of Parvaktar? Starts it even from in front of the umpire.
A very short run-up, isn't it, from Parvaktar?
There you go.
Just 4 steps, I think, and that kept really low. It was a short delivery. Kept really, really low. Oh, I think did really well to get some bat on it. Otherwise, would have been gone for all money.
Definitely. He had his eyes on the ball until it hit his bat. So usually sometimes youngsters, a mistake that they do is as soon as they see where the ball pitches, and they just go into this zone where if it's short they go onto the back foot and pull it, or if it's forward you just commit to the front foot. You don't see the bounce, or you don't judge the bounce, and you don't see the ball coming onto the bat. But here that was a perfect display of how you should keep watching the ball until it hits your bat. Brilliant.
As Adil mentioned, I think that's one of the most basic mistakes that most of the youngsters do now. They don't focus on the ball as they should, and missed opportunity, drop chance. I think that's Amjad.
Yes, Amjad, the top scorer for UAE. It's a tough opportunity. Still, at this point of the game, UAE would have loved for him to cling on to that.
Really should have been a regulation take, but yeah, unfortunate for UAE. End of another over. 9 overs done. 50 for 1 New Zealand.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV. Dialogue.
Biju Kumar for his 3rd over. Doing some last minute change to his field, making the 3rd man field a bit more finer. Pulls down the leg side. Easy pickings for Ho. Picks up a easy single, moves on to 29. Just a reminder for our viewers, so this is a pool A game, and the net run rate might come into play later on in the tournament. So New Zealand have a good chance of winning this game with a good net run rate.
Exactly. If they can chase this down, let's say maybe in 30 overs time, that will definitely give the net run rate a huge boost to start the tournament itself. So it's very important that you fine-tune those little points as you go deep into the tournament. I mean, how many times we have seen the net run rate coming into play in big tournaments like this?
Because every day won't be a good day for you. When the day is good, you better capitalize on it and make the most of it.
Yeah, appeal from Biju Kumar, but the umpire not that interested in that.
Yeah, I think his concern was where the ball pitched. I think he just signaled saying it pitched outside the leg stump. Probably that was the case.
Yeah, even Ho was showing the umpire it pitched way outside the leg stump.
Suddenly, Ho doesn't look like he needs to attack, but initially when he started, he was looking to get a few boundaries, but now I think he's more settled and he's happy with the singles. And of course, yeah, the required run rate is under 3, so you can afford to play some quiet overs. Still they are working the singles, they're not playing dot balls either.
So that's the end of the 10th over. New Zealand 53 for 1. They need exactly 100 more runs to win this encounter against UAE.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Steady partnership building up for New Zealand. 10 overs gone, 53 for 1 there.
Good start for New Zealand. Now they have exactly 100 more runs and 40 more overs. No, 35 more overs.
Andrew Hoare being the best of 2. 30 from 30.
We have a new bowler entering. His name's Rizvi.
What can Rizvi do to stop them?
First ball. Just a single.
Since Kulkarni, all spinners for the UAE. Are they not trusting about their pacemen, or don't they have enough resources? Oh, that should be a wide. Umpire signals it's a wide. Rizvi gives it some good air. He bowls into the air.
So far, so good. Very slow deliveries.
That's one of the good things they can do. Again, stops the ball. Just 2 runs so far from his over. If they can keep bowling into these areas, the pressure will build on.
Picking up a single there. That brings us to the end of Rizvi's first over. It is 56 for 1.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
New Zealand 56 for 1 after 11. Oh, very close. Sweeps and 4 this time.
Boundary after some time for the New Zealand batsman. Once again inching closer and closer towards their final target.
Robbie Frew scoring those runs. Good to have sweeps, reverse sweeps and flicks when you are playing in the subcontinent in these slow wickets. Kumar has been a bit expensive in his 3 overs.
He has, but he's also been the only one to pick up a wicket so far. So it's really you give and you take what you can get.
No point of keeping him at the back.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't got much runs. Andrew Hoare is so far the best batsman that we have seen from this New Zealand team. He's 31 of 31.
That is also very, very close.
I think umpire signals it's leg bias. Pitching outside leg, yes. Robbie Frew cuts and cuts hard and goes to the fielder. Oh, good stop.
Millimeters away from that boundary line. However, I think they pick up 3.
2 runs.
2 runs?
Yeah.
At a replay of that stop, it goes through the first fielder and then is stopped millimeters from the boundary line.
Good effort. Again cuts. And Sean is there. New Zealand need 89 more to win in 198 balls. That's the end of the 12th over, 65 for 1.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Frew and Hoare building up a steady partnership for the second wicket. So relaxed, these batsmen.
I feel like this partnership needs to be broken very soon if the UAE are to get back into this game. Rizvi back.
Just 3 runs from his first over, Rizvi.
Full toss.
Straight to the fielder. That's a sin. That he could have hit it anywhere in the ground. Hoare is the big wicket right now for the UAE. If they can pick his wicket.
That was a bit of a wasted shot. But it really doesn't matter because New Zealand just need 86 runs to win in 196 balls.
They are well above the required run rate. Current run rate is 5.4, requiring 2.6. And there are easy singles around the batter.
I think New Zealand's tactic is not to be aggressive at all, just to take the shots when they come. And other than that, just, kind of play a laid-back kind of game that we're seeing right now.
Oh, it spins in. He might have thought it was going to be a wide. Again a full toss, sweeps, and this time he doesn't waste it. Goes for 4.
A 4 to end the over. It is now 71 for 1. A replay of that shot. Beautiful drive and exactly in the gap for 4. 71 for 1 is the score.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
A bowling change. Amjad Khan being introduced to the attack. The best run scorer in the UAE inning. Played some wonderful shots. Now he has the ball in his hand. What can he do? Hoare is well set.
Ho has really been pacing himself throughout this game. So a new bowler should not be a problem.
Ball's a bit faster. Faster than the rest of the spinners.
And you can assume that they're going to be using that to their advantage, the New Zealand team.
$82 more to win. Not a huge task, just a few good partnerships. Oh, it had to be stopped. 1 run to Ho. He goes up to 33 from 35.
Singles seem to be the more preferred way that New Zealand get towards that target.
And a boundary here and there will let them through the pressure. We didn't see much pressure built from the start.
That's because there wasn't really a need. At least from the UAE side, there was a need to apply pressure, but New Zealand have somehow kept very calm throughout. As you can see, very unhurried batting.
They seem to have that confidence that they can win this easily.
Which, when you look at the current run rate and required run rate, it seems to be the way.
Single taken. Good running by the batsman. 14 gone. 73 for 1.
80 runs required to win in 186 balls for the New Zealand side. Seeming very, very possible at the rate that they're batting. Very consistent batsmen. They've kind of become very comfortable. They show no signs of making any blunders. A new bowler is introduced, Shahabuddin.
And through Sips for a single. Shahabuddin has to do it for his team. Has to build some pressure. We didn't see it happening so far in this inning by the UAE team. No attacking fielders, no one around the bat. A full toss and hits through the mid-wicket. That's 4.
First boundary of Shahabuddin. Conceded 5 in just 2 balls. And New Zealand now only needs 75 runs to win.
They are doing it easy now.
Even that shot, the batsman just picked it up. He didn't even put that much force and the ball just carried.
That spun in and gone. Good comeback by Shahabuddin. That's the most valuable run scorer that they are getting.
Seem to be very, very consistent.
Didn't expect that to spin back.
Well, that is one of the opening batsmen now falling. But he's put his team in a very comfortable position and a very easy position. And that is Andrew Ho with 37 off 38 balls.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Colin Owens comes to the crease as the new batsman. Now Frew is set. He can carry this on. Owens will have to support him until they reach the target of 153. Andrew Ho made 37 out of 38. A brilliant innings. The last to fall.
All he has to do right now is just hang on, take it easy, because his team is in a very, very comfortable position.
Shahabuddin. Ends the over. Everything in that over for a wicket and a single, 78 for 2.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses.
Final ball of this over, and it is a dot. Good over for Shahabuddin, conceding only 1 and picking up a wicket. That is 78 for 2.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Biju Kumar will continue for UAE. It's the 16th over. New Zealand chasing 153. are very well placed at the moment with 78 for 2. Just lost their set batsman Andrew Ho for 37 in the previous over. Owens has joined Frew, who is on 27. Starts off with an easy single. And joining me in the commentary box is someone who was born in Antigua, grew up in the United States of America, and now plays for Namibia, Ken Joseph, and he is here to spy on the UAE team against whom they will be playing tomorrow at the St. Thomas's Grounds in Mount Lavinia. So how's it going so far, Ken?
Yeah, pretty good. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. It's going pretty good. A pleasant good afternoon to our listening public, and I'm very excited to be here.
What do you think about the UAE side so far, Ken?
Well, so far it looks like they're up against it, and that's good for us because we want to beat them, because Namibia has never won a game before, so we're looking for our first win in the World Cup.
Yeah, so Namibia will be taking on this UAE side tomorrow. As I said, the St. Thomas's Grounds in Mount Lavinia. Catch the action live on the Papare TV, and that's a very close call. Umpire is not interested at all. That looked a bit close.
Yes, it was close, but it's probably umpire's call, sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, probably a bit of bat as well on the way. Not sure. But Biju Kumar has been on the money from the word go. Yes, a tad bit expensive, but he has created those doubts on the batsman's mind. Just one wicket so far, but almost got his second. Easy single for New Zealand. Yes, as said, Ken and the Namibian side, even though he is from the West Indies, he is playing for Namibia, and they have, I think, a deal to settle with UAE because they've beaten them in the previous World Cup once before.
Yes, we lost to them in the Cape Town World Cup 2 years ago, so we're looking forward to revenge that loss.
Another appeal once again. What do you think, Ken? Pitched outside the leg?
Yeah, outside leg.
How do you find the wickets here in Sri Lanka, having played in Namibia, and especially the overhead conditions?
Well, the humidity is a problem, so we just gotta climatize to it. It's going to be difficult for our players because it's not as humid like in Namibia as it is here. So it's just climatizing.
Okay.
We came 3 days early.
Yeah, let's get back to that, Ken, after this break. So that's the end of over number 16. New Zealand 81 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
Yeah, so the wicket taker, Shahabuddin, will continue. Picked up the prize wicket of Andrew Ho in his previous over. We have Ken Joseph here talking about Namibia's preparations for this World Cup. Yeah, Ken?
Yes, we played in the local tournament back home. So we played 4 games over the last 2 weekends of 45 overs. And then we had a training session yesterday. So we are ready to go. And we are looking forward to cause some shocks at this World Cup.
Definitely. And Ken is looking very nice and relaxed today, just with a day to go for their first game. Any warm-up games in the lead-up for this tournament, Ken?
No, we had games in Namibia. We play in the league. So we had 4 games just before we left. So we didn't think it was necessary to play a lead-up game.
Okay.
But we had a great training session.
Right. So coming back to the live action here. Owens, left-hander. So New Zealand have been having this right-hand, left-hand combination from the very beginning, whereas UAE, pretty much everyone in their batting lineup were right-handers. So I think that's a tip for you, Ken, for tomorrow's game.
Yes, And as a right-arm seam bowler, I mean, I prefer to bowl to all righties than that combination, because sometimes you'll get off target because of the right-left combination.
Yeah, so New Zealand have been smart with shuffling their batting order. I'm not sure if this is their set batting order, but so far it has always been a right-hander and a left-hander out in the middle. So not easy for the UAE captain to set a field for, because he has to keep changing the field as they get singles, and they've been doing it so well as well, like milking the ball, rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking, and look at that, the required run rate is just 2.47.
They've been playing smart cricket. They haven't been aggressive, and no need to, because they're chasing only 151.
This time swept beautifully. That looked so good on the eye. Picked up where the ball pitched, went down on one knee, and look at that bat swing. Beautiful. Right in the middle of the bat, and found the gap perfectly.
Yeah. Poor delivery as well.
I think you'll be taking notes on the New Zealand players as well, because
Yes.
you'll be facing them later on in the tournament.
On the third game. So they are opponents for the third game. Not too sure where we'll be playing them, but they are third opponent.
Probably a game to look up to. You never know, Namibia this time. Like Ken said, ready to cause shocks.
Yeah, we're very optimistic.
Brilliant. That's the end of over number 17, New Zealand 88 for 2. So we have Amjad back in the attack. He was the leading run scorer for UAE. Opened the batting and scored 40 odd runs. Missed a half century by just a whisker. And yeah, Ken, let's talk about your cricketing career. And off the records, while we were chatting, you just said you started cricket way late, probably in your 40s. So how did all this happen?
It happened because when I migrated to Namibia 12 years ago, my accountant friends was starting a cricket club. And he said, Ken, you're from the West Indies, you can play cricket. I said, yes, I've played wind ball cricket and beach cricket, but I've never played any formal cricket. And I joined a founding member of a club in Namibia. It's called the Green Mambas.
As we were speaking, that was more of a West Indian type of flick from Andrew Frew. Yes, ball was straight down the leg side, but he still had to put it away. Found the gap easily. So, two back-to-back boundaries for Frew. Sweep in the last ball of the previous over, and now another boundary of Amjad. Yeah, so Ken moved to Namibia, started cricket quite late, and I heard that you guys are playing alongside the professional players, like in an open category where there is no segregation of over 40s or over 50s or something, anything like that.
Yes, because the cricket pool in Namibia is quite small. So, I mean, you have a scenario where we have 3 million people, but only around 10% of the population that plays cricket. So, that are interested in cricket as well. So that is a problem with the sport. But there have been some programs that's going around to get the different ethnicity of people involved as well. So hopefully in the future, we'll have more players and we'll be more competitive on the international stage. So the future of Namibian cricket is on the rise, and I'm happy to play a part in its development.
Brilliant, that's great to hear. And yes, as we know, Namibia are part of, Namibia has ODI status and they are part of the World Cricket League Division 2, still eligible to eye for a qualification spot in the 2027 ODI World Cup.
At home.
At home, yes, hosted by South Africa, Zimbabwe and Namibia. And I think that was put away as well, this time by the left-hander Owens. dropped way short by Amjad. Picked the gap easily. It's more like a Brian Lara shot.
Yes. Brian Charles Lara. The Prince of Port of Spain is his nickname. Fortunate to see his 365 and 400 at the ARG. I was there both games against England.
Brilliant. So in Antigua, right?
In Antigua, at the Antigua Recreation Ground. It's the most partiest stadium in the world. The only stadium where that a non-player was man of the match.
When was this?
That was back in '99 versus England.
Who's this non-player?
His name is DJ Chicky.
So the DJ won the man of the match award.
Yes, because he kept 10,000 Englishmen in the stand by partying music from the West Indies. It was a beautiful thing to see.
So people weren't interested in the action?
No, it was rained out.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. So that's the culture of West Indies. I mean, that's why you love the West Indians. That's why you love watching them play as well. They bring that flair to the game as well.
That excitement.
Exactly.
Yes.
You can never take your eye away when they are playing. Something always happening. Be them batting, bowling or fielding.
On our great side from the late 70s to 94, we were undefeated for 18 years in a test series. That's the Clive Lloyd and Viv Richards teams.
Some crazy numbers. Those are only dreams for most of the current teams.
Yes. But I've always been a avid supporter of the Sri Lankan team. Yeah, some of its players have been some of my favorite players of all time.
Once again, dropped shot, put away by Owens. This time there is cover, so he'll only get 2 runs. Still, nothing in favor for UAE. New Zealand just cruising towards that target. The required run rate comes under 2 now. It's just 1.93. So 100 comes up for New Zealand, 101 for 2 after 18.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Shahabuddin will continue. Ken, how do you see over-50s cricket, probably in your part of the world?
No, I think it's going to go from strength to strength. Because some of the retired professionals are going to come on board. I mean, we have test players in this tournament. We have 1 international players in this tournament. So, I mean, this is just wonderful.
Yeah, so we know Vijay Mehra, who is playing for UAE in this game, has represented UAE in the 1996 Cricket World Cup, where Sri Lanka went on to win. And like we mentioned a few names in our previous stints, there are quite a few players who have represented their countries in the international level, some domestic legends as well, and we are hearing some good news from Ken as well, where some test players are willing to take part in over-50s cricket. So probably the next World Cup will have quite a few of them.
South Africa in the last World Cup had a couple of guys who played test and one day as well.
I think they have one of them this year as well.
I'm not sure. I know he played first class. The fast bowler Dion Croix, he led the English league twice for Hampshire.
So that's some great pedigree behind them. So once again, New Zealand just easily milking those singles. And how do you see the level of fielding in this
it has been improving.
Tournament so far? Yeah, in this game.
Yeah, it has been improving since I started over 50s 3 years ago. It's on the rise, and now that you have people who are aware of it, when we were turning that age, we weren't aware of the over 50s. So now guys who are playing in their leagues at 40s, they will stay fit and continue. So I mean, it's going to be something great in the future.
Yeah. So from today morning, I think pretty much everyone who took the field have shown some great agility, flexibility, and great athleticism overall. And for their age, the fielding they have displayed has been really, really great to see, especially for us as youngsters.
And I mean, and also to going forward is also the over 60 and over 70.
I think over 70 is already happening.
Yes, there's a 92-year-old guy who was wicket keeping in the over 70.
Brilliant. For which country did he play?
I think it was Australia.
My God.
I was only told a story.
Could be true because age is just a number after all. Yeah.
So I mean, that's something for us to look forward. Like last night when we had the opening ceremony, Namibia doesn't currently have an over 60, and I was being recruited by Canada and the West Indies.
Okay, so you've got
I have ties
some
to
offers.
most country. Yeah, I mean that's if Namibia doesn't get an over 60 in the future.
But I think you would love playing for West Indies.
Yeah, West Indies would be my preference. So there's something to look forward for me as well as I get to that age.
Great. That's end of over number 19. New Zealand 106 for 2.
Yeah.
We have a bowling change for UAE. I think it's a leg spinner. It's Rayan Ahmed, brought in to bowl the 20th over. Yes, Ken, I think you have a story to tell about one of the greatest, or probably the greatest batter to play for Sri Lanka, Arvinda De Silva.
He's my favorite. And as I said, I mean, he has good competition with Sangakkara and Jawadina. But I met him in 1996 at the ARG when he went on an assault of Curtly Ambrose. And Curtly Ambrose is a tight bowler, and I've never seen any international batsman attack him like how he did. It was brilliant to watch. And that's coming from an Antiguan. And Curtly Ambrose is also an Antiguan. So I was cheering for the short guy, Aravinda De Silva. That's my guy.
So here in Sri Lanka, mostly among the cricketing community, is fondly called as the Mad Max.
Oh, that's what he's called?
That's what he's called.
He was brutal and aggressive. And he had some West Indies flair as well. And that's why we loved him in the West Indies as well. My wife is also a big fan of Malinga from his Mumbai days.
Another guy with the West Indian flair.
Yes.
How about Wanindu Hasaranga? Current the player who's currently playing for Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah, we like him as well.
He's probably got that flair as well.
Yeah, he also has that flair as well. Yes, he does.
So Rayan Ahmed has started his over quite decently. Just one run off the first 3 deliveries. But I think UAE need a bit more than this, more than just dot balls. They'll definitely need a wicket or two at this stage. Because New Zealand, it has become very easy for them. And the required run rate is just 1.82. They're getting the singles. That was a good delivery. Change up from Rayan Ahmed. Was sent a bit quicker than his usual deliveries. Last ball of the over. Could have hit it anywhere he wanted.
Yes, he should have hit it into the stand.
In good Brian Lara fashion, probably.
Yes.
That was missed out by Owens and ends over number 20 for New Zealand, 108 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
New Zealand slowly but surely inching towards the target. 108 for 2 now after 20 overs.
At the same time, Masanka, after 20 overs, UAE, they were 101 for 2, just 7 runs the difference. But It was after this 20th over mark that everything started to fall apart for UAE. They lost their remaining 8 wickets for just 51 runs. New Zealand, they'll be hoping that the same won't happen to them, because the UAE, especially the lower middle order and the tail, they failed to contribute at all. Even the middle order failed to contribute. But New Zealand, very, very comfortable at the moment. UAE, on the best of starts to the tournament. In the last edition, they had only 1 win to their name, so they'll definitely want to better that this time around. Shahabuddin bowled it really, really slow that time. Shahabuddin. Frew getting close towards a half century, the first one for the team in this IMC Over-50s World Cup.
Very fluent inning. He had it covered from the get-go. Just 6 runs away from a half century. Frew. Leg by.
Such a classy, elegant batter Frew is. Reminds me a lot of someone like Mahela Jayawardene. You won't even realize that he's scoring runs when he gets going. He'll come out to bat and out of nowhere he'll be on 50 or 50 deliveries. That's how good those type of batters are. They'll score boundaries here and there, but the most of the time depend on the singles and the twos. I think although the current game depends heavily on the fact that you need to score boundaries, I think before 15-20 years ago, Asanka, you'll agree definitely, the singles and the twos, it played a huge part, because most of the time we see batters scoring 50s with just 1 boundary or 2 boundaries to their name. And even the likes of Michael Bevan, how good was he? He never scored boundaries. He just stayed there. He got the singles, he got the twos, and out of nowhere he's on 50 or 50 deliveries. That's how well those batters handle situations, and that's how they are rated so highly. And Frew playing a very similar inning here.
Drives, and that should be a 4 runs off the bat of Owens. He moves up to 16.
Beautifully played by Owens. And mentioned about Mahela Jayawardene, another name who batted in the same manner, Russell Arnold. So good at what he did. The fielders never really realized how quickly he scored most of the time.
Experts used to call him Sri Lankan Bevan. Let's keep talking about it. 21 overs gone, 114 for 2.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
$114 for 2, New Zealand. We were talking about the importance of singles and the batsmen who are able to work singles and how important their innings are.
Through all that discussion started with how elegant and classy Frew is as a batter. I'm just 6 runs away from a well-deserved half century. Now, I mentioned about Mahela Jayawardene, Russell Arnold, Asanka. Any other names that you'll remember? Batters who did this similar type of role, especially for Sri Lanka.
One comes to my mind is Chamara Silva and Dilshan. While he was batting in the middle order, he was a very good runner between the wickets and judged singles like nobody else.
And those are the sort of batters who actually showed that cricket is not always about going for those boundaries. I had the chance to sweep it away but missed it, Owens.
$37 more to win. Oh, tries to sweep and a big appeal. Umpire gives it.
That probably the commentator's skills coming into play there. We probably praised him a bit too much through falling short of well-deserved 50 by 5 runs. Yeah, that would have gone on to crash on to middle and off most probably.
Middle and off. He played so many sweeps that got him runs, but this time he fails. Robbie Frew, 45, scored of 52 balls. That's the third wicket falling in the New Zealand camp. 116 for 3.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So after the loss of the third wicket, Murphy is the new batter for New Zealand. Just 37 runs away now. So left-handed batter, Murphy. And the leg spinner. I wonder whether they could have used him a bit earlier, maybe, Asanka. Leg spinner has always got this factor of uncertainty. You never know what a leg spinner might do. He might go for 10 runs per over. He might even take a 5-wicket haul out of nowhere.
These types of wicket would have been doing wonders. 22nd gone, 116 for 3.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Shahabuddin to bowl his 5th over, 1 for 22 after 4. That's a tossed up delivery outside the off stump. Probably through the last batter to get out, 45 or 52. Leg spinner Ahmed trapping him in front. Now New Zealand, I think they'll definitely want to get that target before the 30th over. We talked about the net run rate factor. Getting that net run rate to a good level very early in the tournament is very important, because in multi-nation tournaments, the net run rate factor, most of the time it comes into play. I mean, I think if I'm not wrong, some of the perfect examples on why you need to maintain a good net run rate is, I think, in the 2011 World Cup, Bangladesh and England, I believe, both the teams ended up the same number of wins, same number of points. Bangladesh did manage to beat England as well, but England had the better net run rate and they qualified for the quarterfinals.
Agreed, Laksisi. New Zealand has the opportunity to get their net run rate to a better level as the tournament starts. Just 36 runs to win. Will they go at it? Yes, they will. That's 4 runs off the bat of Murphy to get his scoreboard moving. Beautiful shot. When the opportunity is given, take it.
Just 32 runs away now, New Zealand. Tucked away on the leg side. So when it comes to cricket, Asanka, it's a busy weekend here in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka vs Australia, the second test. It actually ended a few hours ago. Australia winning that game and winning the series 2-0. One of the most disappointing couple of test matches that Sri Lanka played in recent memory, I believe, here in Sri Lanka. And when it comes to schools cricket arena, the 2-day tournament or the 3-day tournament. Quarterfinals are taking place this weekend. A lot of important games. We are having a little preview of 2 of the main games of the year. Royal College vs St Thomas's game. That's also a quarterfinal encounter. And we also have St Joseph's taking on St Peter's in another quarterfinal battle as well. And when it comes to rugby, if the New Zealanders are watching, the club rugby scene is very huge in Sri Lanka, and 2 of the best teams, they are clashing against each other today evening. In exactly in around 1 hour, or less than 1 hour, CRNFC vs Kandy. Can watch the action live on the Papare. That would definitely be a mouth-watering clash. That's a poor delivery from Biju Kumar. Owens hammering it away on the leg side quite easily.
They are here on a mission. Got the opportunity and got to it.
And there are 5 other games happening today, Asanka, in the IMC Over-50s World Cup. USA batting first against Sri Lanka. They made 209. Sri Lanka 95 for 2 at the moment after 14 overs. And the game between West Indies and South Africa. West Indies 199 after batting first. South Africa chasing 200. They're 71 for 1 at the moment after 17 overs. And Pakistan versus Wales game. Pakistan scoring 261. And Wales currently on 59. Loss of no wickets at the moment after 14 overs. And this fixture, of course, it's happening in New Zealand. They have the upper hand. And in the India versus Australia clash, India, they scored 191 for the loss of 7 wickets. And Australia at the moment 59 for 3 in 18 overs. Under a bit of pressure, Australia. And the Zimbabwe versus England clash, Zimbabwe scoring 220. And England after 21 overs, 134 for 1. So some interesting matchups happening at the moment.
Defense, 2 balls. Murphy, as you know, he opened the bowling for the New Zealand side. I think he's promoted to score fast. $25 more to get. Again defense. That's the end of the 24th over. 128 for 3. New Zealand chasing down 153. Full dose outside the stump. But that wasn't what was expected of Owens, who is the more experienced batsman.
I played it very late, and they take the quick single as well. So as I mentioned, I think their target is to get it before the 30th over. I think New Zealand, that has to be their target. I think they'll be really happy about this start, New Zealanders, for the tournament. Oh, that's a full toss. Sweeps it away on the leg side. Probably had some more runs on it, just couldn't time it that well in that delivery.
Could have hit it over the short mid wicket. Could have been a 4.
That kept a bit low. So now UAE, you know, they have some things to tune up when they face Namibia tomorrow. Last time around, Namibia are the only team that they managed to beat in the whole tournament, UAE. So that will be a good clash between the two sides. So that's the end of the 25th over. 129 for 3. New Zealand, they need 24 more runs to win this encounter.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So New Zealand with just 24 runs behind their first victory in this year's IMC Over-50s World Cup. Chasing down just 153. Pretty much almost there. Just as I said, 24 runs required with 20 overs left. That's 118 balls left from now onwards. Shashidharan starts off with 2 dot deliveries, and I've got Ken Joseph again with me. Hi Ken, what do you think of Colin Owen's innings so far? 23 of 31?
No, it's been pretty good.
Chalo! Easy, easy. Ball.
Almost jinxed his innings.
Yeah, that's the commentator's curse. Almost got him. He's been steady. He just offered a chance here. UAE didn't grab that chance.
Yeah, Owens almost offered a chance, so UAE unfortunately couldn't grab it. Yeah, so we were talking about the commentator's curse.
Yes, we almost offered up a commentator's curse. He's been steady, and New Zealand as a batting group has been quite clinical. The way they've gone about this run chase has been brilliant.
Yeah, poor bowling by Shashidharan. 2 juicy full tosses, even though he almost picked up a wicket in the previous delivery, which was also a full toss. This time Owens picks up a single. Not a very confident appeal. I think it was quite evident that quite clear that it pitched outside the leg stump.
A stifle appeal, but you only can get the wicket if you appeal. So.
You can always appeal.
Yes.
As soon as it hits the pad. That's the end of over number 26. New Zealand 134 for 3.
Hurry इधर.
We were talking how clinical this performance has been from New Zealand. Almost 0 chances given. And capitalizing on pretty much every loose delivery coming their way.
The UAE has been offering up some loose deliveries almost every over, so they haven't been as consistent as they would have liked, and that bodes well for the Namibian in the next game. So hopefully we get some board balls like that, so we can punish them as well.
Yeah. So the Namibian side, there are quite a few members from the Namibian squad here in this venue at this moment, watching how UAE fare against the much fancied Kiwis. And just like Ken said, I think they would be expecting a few freebies as well when they face UAE tomorrow at Mount Lavinia. The required runs have come down to just 15 runs. It's just 3 strikes away.
Yeah. I mean, and these guys haven't been playing the big shots, so they haven't taken any chances. I mean, so as I said, I mean that bodes well for us for tomorrow. So we are over the moon. 14 of us came here this morning to watch, so we can have an idea of what to expect. So confidence is sky high right at this moment.
And also I think Namibia will have the advantage of having rested today, whereas UAE are coming tomorrow after playing today's game. Probably a bit more tired than the Namibian squad.
Well, we hope that they stayed in the field for all 45 overs and get baked. But now the game is going to be over within 30 over. So that's not a good thing for us. We wish they had stayed there for 45 overs and let the sun bake them.
That's a real competitor talking.
Yes.
They just don't want the opposition to be fresh tomorrow for their game. But yeah, like you said, Ken, don't think that would be the case. New Zealand are just cruising, and There is another misfield, and that's another boundary. So the required runs comes down to 7. So Ken, they won't. I don't think they would even spend 30 overs today by how things are going on so far.
Yes, their pouring has been poor. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, to even this over 50 standard, you expected better. There have been many misfields. I can count at least 12 or so.
That's quite a big number. That ends over number 27. New Zealand 146 for 3, requiring just 7 runs.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Murphy, he had a brilliant outing with the ball as well today, opened the bowling, did bowl some peaches right up with the new ball. Now here he is batting at number 5, just eyeing to finish off the job for New Zealand alongside Owens, who is on 27. They are facing Sasidaran. Dropped shot, easy single. So 5 more runs to win. Do you think they should fancy finishing it off with a big shot, like a 6 probably?
I would have. I mean, end the game in style.
Definitely, that's the West Indian in you speaking. But at the moment, the New Zealanders are quite happy with the singles. So just milking the ball around, inching towards the required target. It's 4 runs away. Drop shot, rock back and hit through the offside field. No chance whatsoever for the field at long off to cut that down. And that's the end of the game. A convincing and a very comfortable win for New Zealand. And they win by 7 wickets with just in just the 28th over. So that's a huge net run rate boost as well for them.
Yeah, it's New Zealand. I mean, I'm very impressed with them, but we look forward to the challenge. And as for UAE, we're looking forward to our first victory tomorrow.
Don't think it will be that easy, Ken.
Oh, you have to work. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And,
yeah, it was a pleasure having you, Ken. Good luck for our game tomorrow against UAE. Yeah, that was Ken Joseph joining us, who is part of the Namibian squad, and they'll be taking on UAE tomorrow in another Pool B game. And, you can watch all games live on the Papare, where we'll be covering all games of this IMC Over-50s Cricket World Cup 2025. This is the 3rd edition. Played in Colombo. First 2 editions were played in Australia and South Africa, where the home team went on to win. So let's see if we'll see any difference this year. I've got Sajani with me. After a convincing win for New Zealand, how comfortable was that win for New Zealand, Sajani?
I think it was a very, very comfortable game for New Zealand. They really didn't try to be aggressive at all throughout the match. I mean, they didn't have a reason to be. And they played very safe. And I feel like there were a few misfields on the part of UAE which kind of stumped their chances even further. And like a few well-timed boundaries, and that was that. I mean, we have Ho with 37 of 38. He really set it up for the New Zealand team. Then Frew with 45, not making that half century, but that he really didn't need to, because his next teammates, Owens and Murphy, 28 and 23 respectively, really captured the rest of the game, and a very, very secure win for New Zealand.
And 10 extras as well, like you said. We saw some poor bowling from UAE, but talking about the wicket takers, Biju Kumar, Shahabuddin and Rayan Ahmed, They chipped in with 1 wicket each, but it wasn't enough to stop the New Zealanders. Even if you take a look at the economy rates, most of them went beyond the required the run rate that they were allowed to give, because they didn't have much runs on the board. They just had scored 152 in 45 overs.
Yes, I feel like picking up early wickets would have been the only way that UAE stood a chance. But unfortunately, their first wicket fell at 29, which I feel was not strong enough.
Yeah, and also they did not attack enough when it was required.
Yes.
Even when they managed to pick up wickets, they couldn't sustain the pressure. Whenever a new batsman came in, they were just simply allowed to settle in and accustom to the conditions out in the middle. So as we said, Ho started off things brilliantly for New Zealand, played some beautiful shots, some great footwork, and this was the first wicket taken by Biju Kumar in his very first delivery. And then Frew came in, got off the mark with a first ball boundary off an outside edge, helped Ho continue scoring the runs. Some beautiful shots as well from Frew.
New Zealand seemed to be on par. If they had, if they continued this way, they could have scored well over 150 at the rate they were batting. So there had to be a competitive target for them. I feel like they could have gone to like 200, 240 maybe. Definitely. At the rate they were batting.
Yeah, if they were batting first, that would have been the case for sure, Sajani. And so we just saw how Shahabuddin picked up Ho, who unfortunately missed out on a well-deserved half-century. But even after that, the two new batsmen, it was quite easy for them. Frew just fell towards the end for Ryan Ahmed. And then Owens and the opening fast bowler Murphy just saw through the chase and made sure there were no further hiccups. And comfortably finished the game.
So well-deserved win there for New Zealand. We have to give credit to their amazing fielding in the first half, which was the reason that two strong batsmen were run out. They held on to their catches. We didn't really see this too much in the side of UAE.
Yeah, definitely. And there was a huge difference in the fielding standards of the two teams. Like you said, New Zealand setting very high standards, especially for this age group.
Yes.
And we would like to see the remaining teams maintaining these standards as well.
Yes. And just remember that this is the first day of this tournament. There are so many more matches to come, so many more days to go. Group A and Group B are both very, very strong. Here are tomorrow's fixtures up for you as well.
Yeah, 3 Pool A games and 3 Pool B games. New Zealand will be playing USA, Zimbabwe versus Sri Lanka, UAE versus Namibia from Pool A. From Pool B, Pakistan versus Australia, West Indies versus India, and Wales versus Canada. So 6 more games coming your way tomorrow as well. Stay tuned with the Papare for the live action of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Colombo.
And with that, thank you for watching and tune in tomorrow same time.